remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Madison Allworth.
I'm Juan Williams.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, February 9th, 2024. I'm Lisa Brady. President Biden will not face criminal charges over his handling of classified documents, which the former president calls a two-tiered system of justice.
One guy gets a pass because we're told he doesn't have a great memory, and the other one is facing decades in jail over similar allegations and charges.
We speak with Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream.
I'm Chris Foster. It's the Chiefs and the 49ers in Super Bowl 58 with Kansas City quarterback Patrick Mahomes playing for his 3rd ring in 6 seasons.
I just don't know how you bet against Patrick Mahomes, and I don't know how you bet against Patrick Mahomes when you're getting points. But the San Francisco 49ers are the better team.
We're talking about the big game with Fox's Will Cain.
And I'm Joe Concha. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
A year-long probe of President Biden's handling of classified documents is over. And even though Special Counsel Robert Hur says there's evidence President Biden willfully kept and disclosed some classified material, he's not recommending any criminal charges.
Bottom line is the Special Counsel in my case decided against moving forward with any charges. And this matter is now closed.
The president first reacting at a previously scheduled event in Virginia, drawing a distinction between his case and cooperation and the separate documents probe of former President Trump by a different special counsel, which ultimately did lead to criminal charges. But President Biden later addressed the nation after his attorneys accused Special Counsel Hur of inflammatory and inappropriate language about the president's memory.
There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, it wasn't any of their damn business.
The president went on to highlight favorable parts of the report, including evidence suggesting some material was not willfully retained. And he denies sharing sensitive information with a ghostwriter.
I did not share classified information. I did not share it. With your ghostwriter? With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
He says that section referenced a memo to President Obama about Afghanistan that he did not read to the writer and that should have been described as private, not classified. The president also says staffers were in charge of moving documents from his offices. Despite his reassurances, the special counsel's explanation for not bringing charges could cast a long shadow, describing diminished faculties and faulty memory as one reason it would be difficult to convince a jury to convict the president.
I think that's really difficult.
Fox News Sunday anchor Shannon Bream is also the Fox News chief legal correspondent.
It's one thing for we hear the president celebrating. I've been cleared. I cooperated with them. There are differences in the Trump document case, which I think you can easily argue. But at the same time, it makes references to him being unable to remember important things like the year his son passed away or the years he served as vice president, and referring to him as an elderly man who was well-intentioned but didn't have great recall or memory. Really tough to then turn around and argue when, polling shows as Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody across the board has concerns about his mental capacity and his age, to turn around and then argue and say, I'm completely sharp. I am completely capable of being commander-in-chief and running basically the free world, when this report really uses language that is very critical of his mental faculties.
Yeah, and the president's personal lawyer is accusing the special counsel of trashing the president, basically suggesting they didn't have to go there, and that they don't believe the report's treatment of his memory is accurate or appropriate.
And it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because if they're saying we can't prosecute this case, jurors would look at this man and say the intent isn't there. This was more about a faulty memory, absent-mindedness, inability to retain facts and important information. So for that reason, we can't proceed against him criminally. If you want to take what is the ultimate end of the resort of the report, in that you're not going to face criminal liability, that means you got to embrace the rest of it, unfortunately, for the president, for the White House, which is critical of him, but saying that's the reason they won't prosecute him. So it is a win-loss for them, this report.
Now, this report also was given to Congress. It wasn't just released publicly. It was also given to Congress. Could it raise more questions about his son Hunter's business dealings? Because the report says many documents relate to Afghanistan.
Yeah, and gosh, that's been one of the stains, of this presidency, is the withdrawal from Afghanistan, but dates back to his time as vice president and years ago, what he knew about this, and these documents that we're told were sensitive and classified, and the location that they describe being around an area with some, a Zappos box and a broken down dog crate and potting soil and all kinds of things. It doesn't paint a picture of being sharp and on top of things that could contain potential, national and foreign policy security issues. So, we've already seen, when you mentioned the Hunter Biden situation, that many of the things the president has said, we never had a conversation, I never knew anything, I never met these people, that there is now evidence that comes out after the fact that, yeah, actually you did some of those things. So, can he point to, well, I don't remember everything. I certainly don't remember every meeting I've ever had. But that, again, cuts both ways for this president to say, I don't remember that particular instance, versus I don't have a good memory and I shouldn't be running the country or the free world.
Bottom line, though, sounds like maybe at this point just a political issue for the current president, as opposed to the criminal issue that a separate documents probe turned into for the former president. Could this lead to more claims of a two-tiered justice system? And does it give more credence to those claims?
Well, absolutely. This is, as you know, the argument that has worked so well with President Trump's base is that all of these cases that have come up against him, they're not just prosecutions. He will argue there are persecutions. They are political in nature. And you're going to see both sides try to, of course, President Trump and his allies are going to say these cases are so similar and they were treated so differently by the DOJ and by the, investigation. Whereas you saw President Biden coming out and very quickly saying these were completely different cases. I willingly cooperated. There was no bullying or trying to keep documents or trying to keep things from investigators. And truthfully, I think of most of the cases, the criminal cases that President Trump is facing, I think most court watchers think that the Mar-a-Lago documents case is the toughest one for him, because you have a lot of other people involved, testimony, texts, photos, other things that show there were conversations between some folks involved that sound like they knew they were moving documents, that they weren't fully turning everything else over to the FBI as they were supposed to. So there are certainly some differences, but I think a lot of that will be lost on those who support President Trump. They're going to say, this is proof. These are two cases of people being accused of willfully mishandling documents. One guy gets a pass because we're told he doesn't have a great memory, and the other one is facing decades in jail over similar allegations and charges.
Just a few hours before that special counsel report on the president, the U.S. Supreme Court heard more than 2 hours of arguments about former President Trump and the Colorado fight over removing him from the state's primary ballot.
Why should a single state have the ability to make this determination, not only for their own citizens, but for the rest of the nation?
Justice Elena Kagan, as both liberal and conservative members of the court, questioned the use of an insurrection clause in the Constitution and whether it was even intended to apply to the presidency. Chief Justice John Roberts also raising concern it could lead to a flood of similar actions in other states.
It'll come down to just a handful of states that are going to decide the presidential election. That's a pretty daunting consequence.
He also said insurrection is a broad term. Former President Trump hasn't been charged with insurrection or inciting one.
Well, Colorado officials are doubling down on this because they say, listen, we had this 5-day trial in Colorado, proceeded all the way through the state Supreme Court there. So we did actually find that he engaged in insurrection. Now, it wasn't a criminal trial. There weren't charges charges brought, like there could be, federal charges. We know special counsel Jack Smith did not bring those charges against President Trump. But Colorado's saying by the trial it held, it did establish that he violated the insurrection part of, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Tons of skepticism I saw in the courtroom today, though, and not just from the quote-unquote, Republican-appointed conservative side of the bench. There were really tough questions from Justices Kagan and Justice Jackson, who both seemed to say, gosh, do we let a single state decide this thing for the country? Because essentially what they were saying is if we approve of what Colorado did, then we're telling states they can basically do what they want and kick people off the ballots. The chief picked that up a little bit later, Justice Robertson said, if we do this, there's not to say that every state out there is going to just kick President Trump off their ballots where they're a blue state or have that, progressive bent to them. But there could be other states that would say, hey, we're red states. We don't like the Democrat who's on the ballot. And he said, do we want to unleash that kind of free-for-all when you get down to just a handful of states that have left all the candidates on the ballot and let the voters decide? And he seemed to really think that that was not the court's role. And so you get the distinct impression that this could be an 8-1, maybe even 9-0 case. Justice Sotomayor seemed to have real support for what Colorado had done. But I think the chief will try to very narrowly tailor something to have the most united voice possible when we get something from the court.
So part of it really boils down to how much power the states have versus the federal power, right? But there were also a lot of questions about the potential role of Congress in all of this.
Yeah, it was super wonky. I mean, when people who were waiting for the case to get into, did he commit insurrection, that really only came up later in the case where Justice Kavanaugh said, who decides that? And what's the criteria and how do we decide that? But they didn't even really get into that conversation. It was who holds the power. Now, Justice Thomas said, when this, when the 14th Amendment was passed back 1869, 1870, you should have some examples of where states use this Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to kick people off, federal candidates off of federal ballots. Where are your examples? And the attorney couldn't provide any because, Justice Thomas is saying that's not what this was intended to do. So it basically felt like most of the justices were not buying that argument and are going to just say Colorado went too far.
Wow. Well, primary season already underway. Seems like they're leaning towards sooner rather than later on that one, right?
I think so. Because you know how it normally takes years to get here. This wasn't weeks, months. This was weeks. And so I think they take a vote within a day or two of hearing the case, and then we'll work on an opinion. So I think it's a matter of days or weeks, not months, to get a decision.
This week started out with a lot of attention on border security and the bipartisan deal in the Senate that ultimately hit a wall. One of the lead negotiators on the border bill, at least that section of a larger security package, Kyrsten Sinema, now an independent senator, has called out both Republicans and Democrats over the failure of the border proposals. Which party is potentially making the bigger mistake by not doing something on the issue?
This has become so political. I mean, we all know getting anything done on the border is nearly impossible. When Republicans control the White House, the House, the Senate, when Democrats have controlled the White House, the House, the Senate, no major things are getting done. So they're always going to point fingers at each other. But the White House was willing to come to the table on this with some substantive things because they know they're upside down on the polling. It's very bad. People get the optics. They see the video, the drone video. They see this stuff every day. It polls really badly. And when you have cities having real problems managing the influx of migrants and you have blue state mayors and Democrats calling out the White House, I mean, it's just bad all the way around for the president. So he was willing to come to the table, but also knowing if this thing fell apart, Democrats can do as they are right on cue doing, say, we tried. We went to the table with them, and Republicans don't want to solve this problem because they want it to be an election year issue. So they're the reasons that you're not safe and that the border is overrun, even though somebody else has been in charge for 3 years. They're just going to blame each other. And sadly, I think, even after the election this fall, whoever is elected or reelected president, there's just not going to be the groundswell of votes that you need to get a major piece of immigration legislation done. Attaching it to the foreign policy funding issue was probably the best opportunity that you had, but for a lot of Republicans and conservatives, it just wasn't enough.
You've got a lot to talk about on Fox News Sunday.
Don't we ever? And who knows? Still, a couple days to go. And I'm not sure that we're done quite with the Iran proxies yet. So we'll see what's going on with foreign policy, too.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask you if you are rooting for anyone in particular, speaking of Sunday, in the Super Bowl.
You know what? I'm rooting for the 49ers only because I feel like, gosh, the Chiefs have been so dominant. They've killed it. They've had so much success at the Super Bowl. 49ers did back in my day when I was a kiddo growing up watching the NFL. So I feel like, all right, let's give them a chance. But, please don't tie that to Taylor Swift, anyone. This had nothing to do with Taylor Swift. I'm just like, the Chiefs have had such great time in the spotlight, and maybe the 49ers want a little piece of that.
Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Live in the Bream podcast. Thank you so much for your time.
Great to chat with you.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Most folks don't realize this fact. Our country is only 4 missed meals away from chaos, and those meals can vanish fast. In a national emergency, fragile supply chains break down and will wipe grocery store shelves clean in a matter of hours. Before this happens, there's something you should do today. That's stock up on emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply is the company millions of American families trust for their emergency supplies. You should, too. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each kit contains delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. My Patriot Supply also sells large solar generators, gravity-powered water filtration systems, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and other survival necessities. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship the same day, fast. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. Those who know what's coming prepare before the chaos starts. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision, a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
I answered the call, and even though I no longer wear the uniform, I am still a Marine, still serving those around me, my country, and my community. That is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful, always Marine.
Toyota Bond. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, February 9th, 2024. I'm Gary Baumgarten with the Fox News Rundown. President Biden will meet with the Chancellor of Germany. Fox's Ryan Schmelz with details from Washington.
The White House says supporting Ukraine will be at the top of the list when German Chancellor Olaf Scholz travels to Washington. This comes as Congress is trying to hash out another aid package to Ukraine that President Biden feels is urgent. The aid package includes funding for Israel, which will also be a top priority for the president and chancellor, as will, quote, the imperative of increasing life-saving assistance and protection of civilians from harm in Gaza. The European Union recently agreed to a $54 billion aid package for Ukraine. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The Senate could pass a $95 billion foreign aid package without border security, but they may be in until Monday to get it done. The package gained momentum yesterday when 17 GOP senators voted with Democrats on the first vote. But Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul tells Fox News he's going to use every procedure to slow the process down because Americans need to know what's happening. And tensions with the Iraqi government are high as military negotiators meet this weekend. I'm Gary Baumgarten on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
The pilot program at the Navy Yard will be the first automated shuttle to transport public passengers in Pennsylvania. We need a name for this boondoggle.
The Def John?
You want to fool around with this stuff? We'll see. There's a human there, but he's not driving. He's just sitting there.
Is there enough time to get off?
Yeah, that's right. Are you going to be given full knowledge? Well, this guy's here. Not that we think anything will go wrong. Well, then he shouldn't be there. Why do you need him?
It's downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
More record closes on Wall Street Thursday. The S&P 500 crossed 5,000 for the first time during the trading day, but ended up just shy of the milestone, up 3, closing at 49.98 for its 9th record close of the year. The Dow gained 49 for its 11th record close of the year, finishing at 38,726, and the Nasdaq was up 37, closing at 15,794, less than 2% from a record high.
Big tech and growth stocks outperforming on earnings optimism. Disney up sharply on an earnings beat, and theme park growth. Shares up nearly 12%.
Fox Business's Jerry Willis. Pepsi and AMC networks will report earnings later today, and the number of Americans filing for jobless claims last week fell. Applications for unemployment benefits, 218,000. That's down 9,000. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The Kansas City Chiefs and San Francisco 49ers are in Las Vegas for Super Bowl Sunday, a rematch of Super Bowl 54 4 years ago. The Chiefs won that game 49ers tight end George Kittle says people should be rooting for San Francisco Sunday.
Oh, dude. We have more fun than anybody else out there, man. We got so many great players. We have the best offensive lineman in the history of the game. Nick Bosa's quads are bigger than my torso. We've got superheroes on the team.
Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce says there's been no Super Bowl pep talk from his girlfriend Taylor Swift.
No, she hasn't. She's focused on entertaining the crowd out in, I think is it Singapore right now? Or I think that's in a few weeks. But I know she's out in Japan, Tokyo maybe.
Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, in 6 seasons as a starter in the NFL, has never not made it to the conference championships, and he says he knows that some people are sick of the Chiefs.
I just like winning. If you win a lot and that causes you to be a villain, then I'm okay with it. But at the end of the day, I'm going to enjoy playing the game and try to win as much as possible.
It's Kansas City's 4th Super Bowl in 5 years.
I think we all have experienced some level of exhaustion or fatigue when it comes to the Chiefs, and that's not personal really towards the Kansas City Chiefs. It's in part because I think there's some level of fatigue when it comes to Taylor Swift and the fact that we all just get tired of winners.
Will Cain hosts The Will Cain Show, available on demand and streaming live at noon Eastern Monday through Thursday on the Fox News YouTube channel, Facebook page, and at foxnews.com.
After a while, we get tired of the person who's on top, the person or the team who's on top. We want to see them knocked down. So that's in part why I think so many people are rooting for the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC Championship. So there's a little bit of fatigue when it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs. And then I just don't like the San Francisco 49ers. I don't like them. I don't like the franchise. I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. I don't want them to win a Super Bowl. I don't want them to have bragging rights on the whole dynasty rankings. So, I mean, there's a little bit of blah, but it's the Super Bowl, and it's Patrick Mahomes, and it will be entertaining. Yeah. It's the Super Bowl.
So it's the Chiefs, 4th Super Bowl in 5 years. They're talked about as maybe the new Patriots. They're a little bit of ways from that. Now, for me, I get the fatigue. For some reason, there's not villainy attached to them like there was the Patriots or the Yankees when they were good, or your beloved Cowboys when they were good. You know what I mean? Like, the Chiefs aren't necessarily hateable to me, and maybe it's because of their coach. Andy Reid is kind of a likable guy, and maybe it's because they're a Midwestern team. I don't see people hating them like they hate some of those other teams.
This is the year where it kind of begins to turn for the Chiefs. You know, I mean, there's the whole Taylor Swift thing, and that's kind of divisive. Yeah. And then Travis Kelce, and people have divided on Travis Kelce. And then I saw the video, for example, of Patrick Mahomes before the AFC Championship game tossing Ravens kicker Justin Tucker's warm-up materials, like his sticks to hold the ball, his tee all over the field. And there's a little bit of like, oh, maybe Mahomes isn't always nice guy, likable. But my only point is, you're right. They don't have that same kind of villainy. I think the most interesting one of the things you listed is maybe it is because they're a Midwest team. There is something about that sort of like Midwest nice that you put onto the team from Kansas City. So I'm just telling you, I'm seeing the elements of the beginning of the seeds of villainy. So if they win this year, you combine exhaustion with Taylor Swift and a few other elements, and we could see maybe next year they begin to become the villains.
Yeah. The betting lines have San Francisco a slight favorite. They have since the championship games have ended. Now, a majority of pundits and NFL reporters, etc., I looked at dozens of predictions over the last couple of days, and really a pretty firm majority say that is wrong, that the Chiefs are going to win.
I almost value the bettors over the experts. Now, I would put myself in the category of agreeing with the experts. I just don't know how you bet against Patrick Mahomes, and I don't know how you bet against Patrick Mahomes when you're getting points. But the San Francisco 49ers are the better team. They're the more well-rounded team. They have a better defense, better defensive line, better linebackers, better secondary. They have better running game with Christian McCaffrey. They have better offensive weapons. I mean, outside of Travis Kelce, and then maybe George Kittle's better than Travis Kelce at this point at tight end. But they have better receivers than the Chiefs. The only thing they don't have is Patrick Mahomes. But that's enough. And I know this can get complicated, and I know maybe the bettors are right, and maybe they're really setting aside the emotional impact of having a guy who is in the debate of the greatest quarterback of all time. Maybe they're doing a good job of setting that aside. But the experts, and count me among them, it's like, I don't think it's a smart bet to bet against Patrick Mahomes.
Well, the 49ers quarterback, who we haven't even mentioned, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, meaning literally the last pick in his draft, a throwaway pick. They didn't need a quarterback at the time, and he's 24 years old. He's on the biggest stage in the world. Now, he's obviously one of the best quarterbacks in the world compared to me and you, but is he good, or is he a successful cog in his machine?
It's a good question. Every opinion of him has been, it starts with doubt. It starts with, well, I mean, come on. He plays for Kyle Shanahan. That's an incredible system. It made Jimmy Garoppolo look good, and so on and so forth. But at some point, we have to start valuing what we see happening in the present and not the opinion that was rooted in the past. And what's happening in the present isn't that he is just a cog in the machine. He's making plays with his legs. He's executing really well. And then you start thinking, well, it's kind of illogical to form an opinion based upon the fact that he's Mr. Irrelevant. So what? Tom Brady was a 6th-round quarterback. Dak Prescott's a 4th-round quarterback. Tony Romo's undrafted. And I know that I just put 2 Cowboys on the level of a guy that's going to the Super Bowl. But the point is, drafting isn't an expert science, And we're seeing something pretty special from Brock Purdy.
Back to Taylor Swift just for a second. I don't want to belabor it because everybody else has. But not that the NFL needs more publicity, not that this game needs more publicity, but there is something interesting to me that the most successful entertainer in the world right now is now tied, tangentially at least, to the biggest sporting event in the world. And the NFL, I'm sure, is not displeased with the fact that, look, my kids, I have 8-year-old twin girls. They don't know about football. They don't care about football, or they didn't until about 2 weeks ago when they went to a Taylor Swift-themed birthday party and they learned who Travis Kelce was. And 2 days later, that game was on. Daddy, did they show her? Daddy, did they show him? How do you score a point in football? And their entire second grade class is, of course, predicting that the Chiefs are going to win because, of course, they are. I'm not saying these kids are going to necessarily grow up as football fans, but it is kind of sweet to me.
Real NFL fans, and the NFL is an extremely successful business, obviously. 96 of the top 100 television shows of 2023. We don't want to see a cutaway to Taylor Swift 4 or 5 times a game. We don't need it. We don't need the game to be about a pop star. We want the game to be about the storylines within the game. And it's a little bit of a turnoff to see it pander to the casual audience that's not in on the game. At the same time, I'm not turning it off. And they're probably pulling in new people like your daughters. And it's going to be a net win for the NFL. I just think it's harmless, but be careful, NFL. When businesses try to be everything to everybody, they sometimes lose the identity of who they are to the ones that matter. And let's just say, be careful, NFL.
Yeah, and if you're in on these meetings at CBS Sports prepping for this game, they have to be having conversations. We have to walk this line. If she shows up at the game, there are going to be cutaways. They're going to have to address the Taylor Swift in the room of it all. But you're right. There's a balance where you don't want to annoy the audience. And I imagine those conversations are a little bit difficult.
At this point, it's part of the storyline. Like even me, who's like a little, and I don't hate Taylor Swift, but even I know this is a story now. So when we watch the game, I'm going to be expecting, did Taylor make it from Japan? Where is she sitting? I'm going to expect to see the shot. And maybe I even enjoy being annoyed. Who knows, right? But they need to, they do need to walk that line. And I'm sure they are talking about how much. But, I mean, the answer isn't 0. And I don't know how much. I don't know what the answer is on how much is too much, Taylor Swift.
Are you a Super Bowl party guy? Do you like to host? Do you like to go? Or do you just want to watch the game?
In normal circumstances, I am option C there. I just want to watch the game. I saw Mad Dog Russo, Chris Mad Dog Russo, say this. He's not a Super Bowl party guy. I don't want to be sitting around with 50 neighbors chit-chatting during the game. I'm a little like that. I don't love, because I watch the game and want to talk about the game and a few side conversations. I find when you get everybody together, they want to have side conversations and watch the game a little bit. So it's like a, 70-30 proposition, 70% socialization, 30% game. I want it reversed and more. I want it 70-80% watch the game and 20% having a conversation about how's life. And I've been to a lot of Super Bowls, work and as a fan. I'm going this year work-wise, but I am taking my son. So I'm excited to do that, to watch the game with my son in Las Vegas.
Finally, just talk for a second about the crushing frustration of being a Dallas Cowboys fan in this century. It's funny that, like, when you were younger, I guess a teenager, they were really, really good all the time. And now it's an ungodly long drought. Independence Day and the Macarena were the #1 movie and song the last time they won the Super Bowl.
That's awful. You're terrible.
So it's just you're in a weird position as a fan to go from this high to this low.
Yeah, but I really am an emotional fan, and I don't care. There are people like grown men shouldn't care. I don't care. I don't care what you have to say. I enjoy the emotional investment of sports. So, like, when they lose, I'm going to ride that roller coaster all the way to the bottom of the track. But sometime afterward, I will even out and start seeing things. And it's really, I mean, look, it's been 25 years, to your point, more. It's been, almost 30 years.
It was 90. It was 96, so 28 years
95.
ago. 95. The 95 season calendar year was 96. So in January of 96 was the last time.
And at this point, I think now that the Lions made the NFC Championship game, it's like the Cowboys and the Commanders are the only two teams that haven't made the NFC Championship game in that time frame. So that's awful. On the other hand, they've never really been, I mean, there's a few blip on the radar seasons. They've never really been bad. They've been like good. They've been 8-8 or better mostly in those 30 years. And what's that meant is I root for a team that makes the playoffs, maybe gets one victory, and then is out. And it's this weird place to be in because, like, everybody that hates the Cowboys says, every year you say next year's your year. Well, even if we did, that's not entirely illegitimate. You know, like 12-5. Maybe we'll go to the next round of the playoffs which would put us in a Super Bowl contention because we're always in that vein of like just good enough to get your hopes up and just bad enough to obviously let you down for 30 years.
Next year's your year, Will.
Next year.
Will, enjoy the game. The Will Kane Show streams live on Fox News' YouTube channel and the Facebook page. You can also go to just foxnews.com. It's live, noon, kind of rare for a podcast, kind of cool. Live at noon Eastern, Monday through Thursday. Then, of course, you can get it on demand like every other podcast 5 days a week at foxnewspodcast.com. Thanks, Will.
Thanks, man.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
What does it feel like to file with TaxSlayer and get your guaranteed maximum refund? It feels like the last level of a video game, facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
All your refunds belong to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop at his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Save up to 80% when you file with TaxSlayer. Start for free.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Just one question can save a child's life. Before your child visits a friend, ask if there's an unlocked gun in the house. With an average of 13 children dying from guns every day, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. Ask the question and do your part to keep children safe. To help get the conversation going, 59 regional hospitals united to offer life-saving tips. Learn more by visiting hospitalstogether.com. That's hospitalstogether.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's promo code GIFT.
Fox News, I'm Gary Baumgarten. A special counsel decides to not charge the president for taking classified documents. President Biden drawing a big distinction between the now closed case against him and the one pending against former President Trump.
I did not want to be in a position that they looked at Trump and weren't going to look at me, just like they looked at the vice president. And the fact is they made a firm conclusion. I did not break the law, period.
Former President Trump poking fun at rival Nikki Haley as he wins the Nevada caucuses this after Haley lost the state's primary to none of the above.
So I'd like to congratulate none of the above.
A manhunt in New York City for a shoplifter who shot and injured a tourist. Police say a security guard stopped 3 shoplifters at a store in Times Square and opened fire, missing the guard but hitting the woman. America is listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
NFL MVP, Offensive and Defensive Players of the Year, Rookies of the Year, Coach of the Year. Tonight is the night for the NFL Honors, a tradition in the Super Bowl host city 3 nights before the Super Bowl. Today, the NBA trading deadline, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Women's college basketball, a landmark victory for UConn Huskies head coach Gino Auriemma.
On career win number 1,200. All of them at UConn women's basketball.
On SNY, Gino Auriemma reached 1,200 wins faster than any NCAA basketball coach. He needs 2 more victories to catch Mike Krzyzewski for second on the all-time list, 6 behind Stanford's Tara Vanderveer. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Jared Max, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Purdy gives Shanahan the ability to adjust and tweak a game plan in the moment and on the fly. And if you're saying to yourself, and I would be, well, you're supposed to do that. Everyone does that. Keep in mind there's a huge gap between those quarterbacks who can and those who can't. Why did Jimmy Garoppolo phase out in San Francisco? If the system makes the quarterback, where is Trey Lance? They're watching Brock Purdy throw 31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, completing 70% of his passes. But the intangibles is what you really don't know until you see the guy process in the moment. The jump from the college defense to the NFL defense and facing them, many quarterbacks can't make that progression. Purdy's success has been because of that. He is ahead of the speed of the defense. And his big moments, a game-winning drive, taking the team to a long possession to milk the clock, I think it shows why he was mentioned for the NFL MVP just a couple of months ago.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Daisy was abandoned and placed in foster care at 15 years old.
Before I was adopted, I felt like I wasn't enough. I had a hole in my heart, but when my mom asked to adopt me, that hole was closed.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is changing the lives of teenagers lingering in foster care, like Daisy, who need a safe, permanent home now. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Stand Up to Cancer asked leading cancer researchers to speak about why they do their work.
Two words come to mind for me. One is responsibility, the other is purpose.
It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please, help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The Fed's new FedNow system is all about surveillance and control. Secure your assets today with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I recommend diversifying your retirement into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Do this right now. Text HEDGE to the number 989898 and get a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Could you be the person who gives a kid their forever family? Across Pennsylvania, kids in foster care are waiting for a family of their own.
My name's Keyshawn, I'm 17, and I want a family that will love me for me. I'm tired of moving, and I'm ready to accept someone in my life to have them as my forever family.
Meet the kids and learn how you can become a foster or adoptive parent. To learn more, visit adoptpakids.org. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, February 9th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Kind of a slow day yesterday, folks. Not much stuff coming out. I don't know how we'll get to 10 o'clock. We're just going to limp along for the next 4 hours. Dawn, how are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed, Gregory.
Time of death, 4:50. Around 4:50 p.m. yesterday.
Autopsy reports have been revealed courtesy of Greg Stocker.
That's the Biden 2024 campaign.
Oh my gosh. What a day, what a day, what a day. You know, I don't know if you were to say, could it go any worse for Joe and could it be any better for his opponent? I think yesterday might have been that day.
I mean, yesterday was a huge day, a great day for Trump because I mean that Supreme Court argument was it could quite possibly go 9-0.
That is correct.
They are the liberal judges.
Yeah.
The liberals.
Ketanji.
Yeah. The
Biden appointees.
The liberal judges were harder on the prosecution or whatever you call it, the anti-Trump side, than the conservative judges were.
That was a smackdown.
It was really something to see.
It was the SCOTUS smackdown of those Colorado attorneys.
So between that and then this Biden DOJ report and then him coming out and just, I mean, all I can say is that
he means well, Joe. He means well.
At least this didn't happen to him in October, like the Comey thing did for Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Because if it did, then it would be 100% lights out.
What a day.
This is like 98% lights out.
Yeah. Folks, get ready. We're going to have a good one today. From Joe's documents to his state of well-being or lack thereof to what we rolled out last night. What was the point of that? SCOTUS skepticism. We've got the cut sheet. We've got a Disney keyword at 8:30. And oh, by the way, Sean Farash at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the show right there.
A lot of greatness piled into 4 hours.
All right, let's get to it. Round number one of the news at 6:04. The great Dawn Stenslin on this Friday morning.
And good morning. We are sponsored on this 38-degree morning here in Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidation. So let's get to it. It's a gruesome task for those officers in East Lansdowne. This is Delaware County. 6 people from the same family are presumed dead inside the home, including the apparent gunman. That's from a surviving family member, a grandparent. So this morning we know that 3 bodies, including that of one of the children, as well as a gun, were recovered from the charred rubble. That happened yesterday afternoon. And the alleged shooter in this situation has been identified by his own mother, by the grandmother, as 43-year-old Con Lee, that according to her. So this is the story of a family living in this home in Delco, a mom, a dad, the grandparents, as well as 3 children. And ultimately, we're learning that Lee's father, the shooter, the grandfather, made that initial 911 call to police after his older son reportedly shot one of the daughters in the family, young daughter. And then the grandparents ran to safety outside the home. So that was what precipitated that 911 call to the police. Those police fired upon. We're also learning the identities of the officer. In all, They say that the grandparents survived, but Brittany McLaughlin Lee, the alleged shooter's wife, as well as their 3 young children, Nikayla, 13, Natyla, 17, and Xavier, 10 years old, all presumed dead.
Just tragic.
Entire family.
Unbelievable.
So then, obviously, after the shooting happened, we've told you the story this week, they dragged the police officers away, thank God. They rushed them to the hospital. A lot of heroics here. Ultimately, those officers surviving the situation. But then that fire erupted, and that's why it's taking so long to... Ultimately, they had to get the fire out, and now they're sifting through the rubble, as that's why they've recovered the 3 bodies. Expected to they're still searching this morning. Just a tragic story. As far as the officers shot and wounded outside this home, Officer David Scalza, he's of the Lansdowne Police Department, and John Meehan of the East Lansdowne Department, that we're told they continue to improve. A lot of prayers for them. So we know that the first officer I mentioned, Officer Scalza, he was released from Penn Pres Medical Center in the afternoon. He was treated for that gunshot wound to his leg. As far as the other officer, 44-year-old Officer Meehan, he's still in the hospital. He was awaiting surgery for that gunshot wound to his left arm. So the question here, why? What's the motive? What led to this entire situation? One of the grandparents say that they came to the United States back in 1981, came here legally, had lived in the area for some 40 years. It's believed the children, the little kids, went to schools in the William Penn School District, and officials releasing that statement say that they're gathering information. They will be providing counseling for the other school children who knew them well, and we heard some of the reaction. So ultimately, though, we do not know what the motive was in this case. The grandparents saying there were no signs of mental health issues, because, of course, that was one of the questions from law enforcement.
Yeah, of course.
We have nothing like that.
All right.
So a real tragedy there as well. We have a driver sentenced following that deadly illegal car rally, so-called, down the Jersey Shore in Wildwood. So you may recall that we had told you about the situation back in November. The driver accused of killing 2 people during one of those illegal car rallies, as they say, Wildwood, New Jersey. This is Gerald White, pleaded guilty, sentenced to 25 years behind bars on charges of aggravated manslaughter as well as aggravated assault. So ultimately, it all happened back in September of 2022. That's when this whole thing started. And ultimately, they say that Gerald White, the one who pleaded guilty, was involved in that crash on Atlantic Avenue during the unsanctioned, it was an H2OI rally. Remember they were having all those rallies and the car rallies?
Is that where they were doing?
Swarm?
Yeah, where they were doing like donuts in the parking lot and being very disruptive.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they would gather on social media. So ultimately, this guy is expected to spend obviously decades behind bars and pleaded guilty in that one. And we have obviously a ton of national news for you today. A lot of goodies, a lot of treats of Donald J. Trump easily winning the Nevada Republican caucus last night. So I know we'll be talking about that. Trump speaking out for Mar-a-Lago yesterday before he headed to Nevada. And that was right after those great Supreme Court rulings. That's all going on. And of course, the Joe Biden sound as well, the audio. Can't wait for all these nuggets on Friday. I just will quickly mention to you our local native, obviously the Lakers releasing that statue of Kobe Bryant, who was killed in the chopper crash. A new statue of him that has gone viral as well. We know that the Flyers beat the Winnipeg, and that was 4-1 at the Wells Fargo Center last night. Sixers are hosting the Hawks tonight at 7 o'clock. Some sports headlines, a lot of Kelsey brother and Philadelphia Eagles news as well in Vegas.
I heard there's a football game coming up on
Might
Sunday.
be a little football game.
Yeah.
Who's going to be there? Will Mama Kelsey be there after all? We don't know.
By the way, they're expecting 67.8 million people to gamble this weekend on the game. That's according to the American Gaming Association.
How many?
67.8 million Americans anticipated to gamble. in some shape or form, like a prop bet. Will Travis Kelce propose? There's going to be at least one of those from what they're anticipating, and a all-time record for gambling in this country.
Crazy.
1-800-GAMBLER.
Yes, right. And no, 1-800-GAMBLER is not to give you any tips.
No.
It's seriously, they just said that they had record numbers on that, but they actually do help people out. So that's great that you said that name. Let's talk about our forecast because that's the best news of the morning. 57 degrees for your high today. Some clouds this morning giving way to sunny skies for this afternoon, Friday. Then tomorrow, nearly 60 degrees, 59 degrees for your Saturday. It'll be more clouds than, I don't know that any sun will peek through. Maybe at some points we'll have some bright skies, but the weekend looks cloudy, warm, unusually warm, with Sunday being 51 degrees. And then Monday, here comes the rain. Monday and Tuesday will cool off in the 40s. It's February, technically Valentine's Day weekend, Valentine's Day and Ash Wednesday next Wednesday. So it'll be a very warm spring-like weekend. Overstock emergency, turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games, all name brand merch from the biggest online retailers, sacrificing up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Hurry. Turn 7 liquidations. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:11 Friday morning. Let's get to one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
And it's brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. The big take this morning, undeniable decline. Does President Joe Biden have dementia? Despite no official diagnosis, it is the belief of many, if not millions of Americans. But one thing that is 100% factual is that Joe Biden's decline is undeniable. You cannot dispute that. And yesterday might have been the biggest blow to his reelection efforts. A devastating DOJ report says that Joe Biden is, quote, an elderly man with a poor memory, and he does not remember when he was vice president, nor does he remember when his son died. Those were the most damning quotes in the DOJ's report after they arrived at the conclusion that there will be no charges against Biden in his classified documents case. We'll get to the documents portion of the report in a few minutes, but right now, the most pressing takeaway is the confirmation of what we've all been talking about publicly. This man is not fit to serve another day, much less another term. And the Biden administration must be in absolute scramble mode after years of denying this decline. Or perhaps this was all part of the plan. Special counsel Robert Hur saying that Biden is a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. It would be wise for the Trump campaign to pounce on this moment as more evidence of Joe's weakness, fragility, and inability to lead the United States of America rises to the surface. Here's an excerpt of the report on Joe's cognitive collapse. Quote, in his interview with our office, Mr. Biden's memory was worse. He did not remember when he was vice president, forgetting on the first day of the interview when his term ended. Quote, if it was 2013, when did I stop being vice president? End quote. And forgetting on the second day of the interview when his term began. Quote, in 2009, am I still vice president? End quote. He did not remember, even within several years, when his son Beau died. And his memory appeared hazy when describing the Afghanistan debate that was once so important to him. But remember, just 1 month ago, Dr. Jill Biden got on TV and said her husband is still on his A game. Here was her one-on-one with MSNBC. Listen and watch.
Your husband is 81. At the end of a second term, he'd be 86. As his life partner of 46 years, is there a part of you that is worried about his age and health? Can he do it?
He can do it, and I see Joe every day. I see him out, traveling around this country. I see his vigor. I see his energy. I see his passion.
Vigor. Maybe he took advantage of our Blue Chew deal here at Kayal Company and used promo code 1210. Seems like the special counsel begs to differ on the vigor, Doc. And you would think that this would be the difference, perhaps in swing states and how the 2024 election will be decided, right? And then we have the other portion of the special counsel's report from yesterday that Joe Biden will not be charged in his classified documents case. But let's revisit Joe last year, sitting down with ABC World News Tonight. Listen and watch this.
One word you used when you hear about boxes in your garage or in your old office, you called the Trump discovery irresponsible. Is there something irresponsible here, though, too?
You know, you're a good lawyer, but you're trying to make a comparison.
Her and his team arrived at the conclusion that Joe Biden had, quote, willful retention of classified documents, yet no charges yesterday. Why? Well, because he's too old. He's mentally not with it. Is he a Democrat? Yes, he is. Different rules for different fools. How does someone retain classified documents, tell his ghostwriter, and then avoid prosecution? Oh, and yes, comparisons will be made. In fact, they've already begun. In the Trump documents case, 2 Mar-a-Lago employees were charged with obstruction for merely moving boxes. Yet in Biden's case, unbelievably, his ghostwriter deleted files after the special counsel was appointed, but won't be charged with destruction of evidence or obstruction of justice. Two-tier justice system, anyone? Well, Her claims the following, quote, we have also considered that at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview of him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. Based on our direct interactions with and observations of him, he is somebody for whom many jurors will want to identify reasonable doubt. It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him. By then, a former president well into his 80s of a serious felony that requires a mental state of willfulness. Translation, guys, Biden got a get out of jail free card because he is coming off like your grandfather in an assisted living facility. Maybe Trump being sharp and with it at 78 is not a good thing in today's American political system. I think the Trump camp should immediately be banging the drum for this case to be dropped. Now, of course, that won't happen, but perhaps this is the blueprint to get a not guilty verdict in the Mar-a-Lago case. But I think the lessons to be learned yesterday, it's beneficial to be a Democrat, deteriorating before your very eyes with the DOJ in your back pocket, delivering you break after break. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, on YouTube. The big take brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union, where you can choose the rate that works for you. Select a 13-month IRA certificate at 5.25% annual percentage yield or a 6-month certificate at 5%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. We'll come back at thoughts and reactions to what actually transpired yesterday with Biden, with the documents, with the basic observation that this guy is completely out on his feet. And then what about the plot twist from last night? Did Joe's ego allow him to self-destruct? Or was this a diabolical Democrat-assisted suicide? We'll get into that as we continue this morning. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg, live here on a very, very busy Friday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
Save more during the President's Day Mega Sale at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG, get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG, regularly $36.02 for only $1995.52 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today. Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Super busy Friday morning. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. So just an awful day yesterday for the Biden administration. A great day if you are in the camp of Donald J. Trump. And let's get into this a little bit because this is, I think, probably the dagger. This is the nail in the coffin for Joe Biden. And if you think about it, the last week or so, maybe even less than a week, just think about everything that has transpired. He has now had conversations with not one, but two people that have been dead for a long time. That was like the first thing that we saw in the last couple of days. Yeah. One from 27, 28 years ago. And then, of course, he said he was discussing January 6th of 2021 with somebody that passed away in 2017. So those are remarkable gaffes in their own right. Then yesterday, the special counsel, Robert Hur, comes out and they say, and lost and kind of buried in all of this is the fact that Joe's really not going to be facing any charges here for classified documents. But they arrive at the conclusion that basically he's too old. He's basically senile. He's not able to stand on his own 2 feet, so to speak, in trial for, what he allegedly did or did not do. They arrive at the conclusion that, yeah, he's basically like Pop, right? So we're just going to let him go. And then last night, we get the plot twist of all plot twists, which I think is the most fascinating part. Did Joe Biden just get angry and say, I see the headlines, gosh darn it, I'm going to go out there and tell him I'm still with it? Or did the Dems put him out there and basically take Old Yeller out to the pasture? Did they take him out behind the woodshed last night, Dawn, and just finish him off? What happened last night?
I choose, Nick, I choose door number 2. But yeah, that strikes me. First of all, it was way past his bedtime. So what did they say, 7:45-ish, and then it was 8-ish. When have we seen him come out like that impromptu?
I mean, the only time we even see him at that time of night are scheduled things like the State of the Union, or as we're in a debate season with the election 6 weeks out. Yeah. By and large, he is off the grid. We know his schedule typically calendar-wise is noon to 4. So, he's probably had his dinner. He's had his ice cream. He's watched Wheel of Fortune. And it's, it's nap time. He's like Nick. Right?
Well, I'll read you just some headlines this morning. BBC, Joe Biden, a political hand grenade disguised as a report. Joe Biden's speech gaffe sparks speculation. Joe Biden should not only stand down as candidate, but as president. And so I think notably the great hand grenade one, BBC, that was a great line.
Mm-hmm.
But just, to your point, Nick, the fact that they let him walk out there at that hour when they're so controlled. I mean, they even had the Easter Bunny, remember, directing him. Usually they're so controlling, and all of a sudden they just say, yep, just go on out, Joe.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's play a little bit of this audio last night, because I think a lot of people were probably, checked out for the night, or maybe we're just trying to pay attention to anything going on in Nevada with Trump. And Joe Biden decides to address the assembled media well past normal business hours. And he got a little snippy with Peter Doocy. Greg, this is K3. Let's hear from Joe Biden. In the 8 o'clock hour last night. Take a listen to this.
Biden, something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's totally
How bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak. That's
your memory has gotten worse, Mr. President?
My memory has not gotten. My memory is fine. My memory. Take a look at what I've done since I become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? I guess I just forgot what was going on.
Mr. President.
Voters have concerns about your age. How are you going to assuage them? And do you fear that this report is only going to fuel further concerns about your age?
Only by some of you.
Mr. President.
Only by some of you.
I think that this was him acting on his own.
There's a very defiant, combative, fighting nature. I'm not 100% sure one way or the other. I thought initially that this might be like, next level Dem stuff, like, hey, let's just finish him off now. This was a damning day, but there could be, I think you might be right. I mean, I think there's a valid case to be had that we know that Joe gets combative behind the scenes. He's not always like the nice grandfather you see on TV. And you talk about a swamp creature of, 40, 50 years. I mean, if he did hear the headlines or if, people were talking about it with him, maybe he just got to the point where he's like, you know what, damn it, I'm gonna hold a press conference now, right?
I have to say something, and it's for the content of the show, I think it's it makes it interesting, and I think we're pointing things out. But as somebody who had several grandparents go through Alzheimer's, it's not a funny disease.
No,
it's
really sad.
It's a horrendous, sad disease.
Yep.
Should we be playing these cuts of him mispronouncing things and getting things wrong? Is this like are we just kind of?
Well, what's worse is it the political people that trot him out, that keep dragging him through this, and oh, by the way, his wife included, right? Like, his wife has been there and probably pushing him to the finish line. We've seen what Democrats do. I mean, my God, Dianne Feinstein, 90 years old. But I think as a public figure, it's just so obvious now that, like, you can't – remember how nobody wanted to talk about it? Like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and then they started slowly catching up to where the rest of us have been. It's like all of a sudden they all sent out the same bullet point memos and, like, the talking points. And it's like, all right, we all got to start talking about this. It's uncomfortable, but it's gotten to the point where it's necessary.
But so you mentioned Alzheimer's because that's a very specific diagnosis.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would they be compelled to tell that? I mean, I know that at the time back in the day, we heard that later Ronald Reagan had some dementia and some things that they hid. But are they? I don't even know that if somebody has full-fledged Alzheimer's, which is much more than dementia, which is people have said, look at his age. I mean, that would be normal to have a little bit of dementia. But does he have full-fledged Alzheimer's, and do they have an obligation? You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Is there a White House doctor? Can't we just say, hey, if he really thinks that he's all there cognitively and he wants to convince the American people that, then why doesn't he just come out and say, I will take a cognitive test or whatever it is?
Well, remember that test, those results did come back at the end of 2023 when the doctor said, he cleared and passed every test. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. So, I mean, they're either lying to us or he's just at the point where he clinically doesn't meet the diagnosis of whatever. But obviously the evidence is like he's deteriorating on a daily basis. Yeah, I'm not sure what the prerequisite checkpoints are for you to say, okay, this is absolutely dementia, or this is Alzheimer's, or this is Parkinson's, or any of these types of awful diseases that obviously could be the reason why you pass away when you're in your 70s, 80s, or 90s. I don't know what Joe has. I just think it's absolutely fair game, and I try not to when he screws some stuff up, it's funny. But there was a point yesterday watching him where I'm like, just let the man go. Like, let him retire.
To your point, I mean, you didn't. For me personally, as just a respectful person, and I know you're there. You're a reporter in a gaggle of reporters, but I don't know who came off worse. The media. Ultimately, after a while, it got to a point where it felt like you're saying, Nick. You as a human being, we felt uncomfortable. Because this is a senior citizen, an elderly person, to your point. And it just, the reporters at some point
but
going after, right.
He is the president of the United States.
Right,
it's
fair
not like,
game.
this is,
of course.
He's playing with people's lives.
They have to, I mean.
It's not our grandfather in an old age home.
Right. And the other point, though, that I feel is, I mean, I might have asked him, Mr. President, you've been in Washington for a long time. Have you ever experienced a Justice Department special counsel commenting on the memory or mental health of a president?
That's a great point. Yes.
I might have asked that question because it's a way to ask about his mental health.
Right.
Because the reporters kept asking sort of the same question and,
Right.
Kind of poking the tiger.
And lost in all of this is no charges for it. We're not really talking about the fact that he's not being charged. We're talking about one of the main reasons as to why they've decided not to charge him. That you talk about, the new lead story is clearly his cognitive decline. So he goes on that little tangent last night, gives Ducey the business, says he's not forgetful, he hasn't slipped at all, and then he drops this gem as he totally botches Egypt and Mexico when it comes to who's the president of said nation. Take a listen to this.
The conduct of the response in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side.
Here's the thing with that. Where if you just looked at that, you could say, oh, look, people mess up stuff all the time.
Yeah, Trump did the same thing with Turkey and Hungary a month ago.
It's the pattern. It's this week alone.
Yes.
He said he had conversations with 2 people that have been dead for years.
Yes.
That's the issue, not this one gaffe.
And
if it was anybody else, like I saw some reporter saying, well, Jesse Waters had on Kristi Noem and introduced her as the governor of South Carolina. Yeah, stuff like that happens all the time, especially to people who talk for a living.
Yeah.
This one instant on Biden is not worth scrutinizing. It's the pattern that's worth scrutinizing.
Right. It's where, it's really snowballed out of control right now. He calls the leader of Egypt, Sisi, the president of Mexico. To your point, it's the 2 conversations with people that have been dead and gone for a long time. And, you talk about the pattern. The pattern has been going on for a couple of years. And we go back and we think about some of the montages and some of the highlights. Remember 2 summers ago when he would say, "Where's Jackie at?" He didn't realize that Jackie was gone for she perished in a car accident a month earlier.
Horrendous. That's yes, it's all of those things that you and as somebody has, without divulging too much information, as somebody who knew somebody who went through this at an older age, it doesn't just come on. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it just comes on all at once. But it's these things where you're talking to them and be like, you told me that story already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if that story is 100% true.
Yeah.
And it's these little things that happen over a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
This is just going to get worse.
Yeah.
A lot worse.
Yeah.
So my question for you guys is this his... Does this give him an out now to not run in 2024?
I think this is 1,000% the out to get out right now.
He can't run, can he?
No, and I jumped to the conclusion that you were at a while ago that he would not be the nominee, and I've been saying for about 6-8 weeks on this show now that I think Joe will be replaced at the convention this summer. After yesterday and last night, I think that's accelerated. I think it happened sooner than the convention this summer. I think this is going to happen. I don't. How do you recover from this? Because they can't just put him on mothballs and put him in the basement, right? It would be another admission. They can't do it. So they're going to have to bring him out from time to time, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. By the way, the second straight year he's turned down the Super Bowl. So he can't do 3-minute softball interviews. He can't debate Trump. He tries to go out there and claim he's with it and only shoots himself in the foot further last night. The only thing it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when he will be replaced and then what was the motive yesterday. In a matter of hours, it's the report, and then he goes out there and complicates it even further. So we know he's delusional and delirious. It gets exposed. Then maybe the Democrats are like, you know what, let's trot him out. He'll shoot himself in the foot, and now we have our out. Now we can bring Gavin out of the bullpen.
But he also is this, and Greg Stocker, you're a witness to this. I have never been a conspiracy theorist ever before I worked with Greg Stocker, so I'm blaming him. But I couldn't help but think of the fact that, remember the skiff, and he was blamed of having documents that nobody could figure out how he had them as a senator. And I couldn't help but picturing that movie, and I had to look it up, with Kevin Spacey, The Usual Suspects.
Yeah.
And it's who is the mysterious crime lord, Kaiser. So remember that whole
Kaiser
thing?
Soze?
Remember that?
Yeah, Unusual Suspects.
Unusual Suspects.
Kaiser Soze, yeah.
Or Usual Suspects. In any
Unusual
event, it was at the end, he's like this nice guy, and he's limping, and he's so likable, and they just let him go.
Mm-hmm.
And he walks away, and then as he walks away, you see he drops the limp. It was all a big act to get away with it. Do you know
thinking?
Kevin
I mean,
Spacey.
That's what. I see. You're taking your talking points from Trump, because that's what Trump.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he posted it on Truth Social.
Did he really?
He doesn't believe. Let me see if we can grab the Truth Social post. He says he doesn't believe Joe Biden as a doddering old man or whatever, something along those lines.
That's funny.
Okay. Very interesting.
It's a Gemini instinct right there.
If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. Let me play you this last clip. This is CNN. This is K10, Greg. After Joe Biden's speech last night, instead of arriving at the conclusion that this man just complicated matters, they wanted to talk about the courageous, heroic performance that Joe put on in a spot that is not necessarily really uplifting for Joe's reelection bid. Listen to this lapdog excuse.
The stutter, God bless him. I mean, the man deserves a lot of credit for fighting through that in a very public way, with a camera aimed at him every second of every day. For someone to go through that and put up with it, it takes a lot of courage. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, Independent, people with hardships have to deal with hardships. He deserves a ton of credit for that. I first covered Joe Biden in Iowa in 1987. I was out there covering Governor Dukakis and went to other events. He has never been a great communicator. But he is good in small settings, and he's a good small talker, and he puts you at ease if you're in a small group with him. He's never been great off the teleprompter. And
all right, so that was the Medal of Valor being awarded to Joe Biden for his courageous efforts last night, according to Mr. King from CNN and Aaron Burnett. It's just a painful night all around for the Biden camp.
It's just so funny because yesterday was, I started off saying this at 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday was a great day for Trump. Because that Supreme Court decision, well, it's not a decision yet, but it could quite possibly be a 9-0 decision.
Yeah.
With him staying on the ballot in Colorado. And the lawyers on the other side were just swatted down like flies.
Yes, they were.
Just not prepared for this. We always talk about how the media loves to say about, Trump's lawyers and how they come in to things ill-prepared for things.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a peep from any of them yesterday to say how ill-prepared these lawyers were to go up against the Supreme Court.
Not one bit.
So obviously he's going to remain on the ballot, as well he should. And then this report coming out from the DOJ for Biden is just a horrendous day for
unbelievable day.
Biden and a great day for Trump.
No question. 855-839-1210. Let's grab a call here. We've got Greg in Chestnut Hill. Greg, good morning. How are you?
Hello, Nick, Greg, and Dawn. First of all, that was a complete acknowledgement of senility, right? For everybody who doesn't pay attention, they can now read it. Anybody who follows it from our side has known this for 2 years or 3 years or even more. On the debate stage, where one of the Castro brothers brought up the fact that his mental capacity was dwindling on the campaign. 2 years ago, if you remember, 2 Easters ago, the Easter Bunny had to save him.
Yes.
Remember that? Remember that on the lawn?
Yeah.
I'm like,
oh, yeah.
And now he's talking to dead presidents, right? So, of other countries and prime ministers. Now this comes out, they absolutely rip him in it, and all that the other mainstream media now sees is they're picking on him because he's old. Mm-hmm. And now you heard that last jackass. He's trying to give him a Bronze Star.
Yeah.
Look how strong he is. I'm like, what is wrong with him? I think people are finally seeing it. But the problem is the Republicans now have to fight backwards. They have to say, since he's senile, how long has he been senile, and who is really running this this show for?
But herein lies the chess match, Greg. Do not call to invoke the 25th Amendment. You don't want to do that, I think, if you're the Republicans. You want this guy to continue to stay in the fight. Don't give the Democrats a more viable alternative. If they want to keep riding with Joe, you let him keep riding along. I would think that's the strategy here. Don't take the bait and start demanding that the 25th Amendment be invoked. 855-839-1210. Speaking of the SCOTUS and Donald J. Trump, we will get to that story as we wrap up our number one next. It was a good day for Donald Trump and Colorado with his ballot hearing case. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, my kitchen is the heart of my home. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated right here in Pennsylvania since 1979. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today and bring your new kitchen or bath back to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or your bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and you get 10% off your entire remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com, offering 12 months, no payments, no interest. Wow. Kitchenmagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your oral health can have an impact on your heart health. That's where my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist comes in. Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton talks about it a lot because studies have shown the bacteria in your mouth from gum disease and gingivitis can have a negative effect on your heart. Visit Dr. Bentz today to get on the path to good oral health. He delivers state-of-the-art care for his patients. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call for your appointment, 610-272-6949.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
We are back. Welcome back in. 6:50 Friday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745. Day 7 of our Disney keyword at 8:30. The great Sean Farash at 9 o'clock. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see the post from Donald J. Trump on Truth Social as he said Biden took the documents, quote, in his mental prime time. He shouldn't be allowed to get away with this, and he wasn't protected by the Presidential Records Act. I was cooperative with the investigators. Crooked Joe Biden didn't, just the opposite. Following the usual corrupt Democrat playbook, he, quote, willfully retained documents. This is scam justice. Deranged Jack Smith and his thugs should immediately drop the totally discredited documents hoax against me. Two-tiered system of justice and selective prosecution. That was Trump last night on Truth Social. So let's get to what transpired yesterday for Trump with the Supreme Court, as it looks like SCOTUS is very, very wary of the attempted effort of Colorado to present their case to kick former President Trump off of its primary ballot. And they questioned yesterday, SCOTUS that being, how a ruling in its favor, in favor of these arguing attorneys of Colorado, would not lead to an unmanageable situation for this nation. I thought that quote was very compelling because they are basically saying they do not want to create this precedent of allowing people to be kicked off of the ballot on a state-by-state basis. I think a lot of people have to remember that the 14th Amendment was created in part to restrict the power of the states, not give them additional powers. And clearly, Colorado and these other states haven't received that memo because only Congress can grant the states the power to strip you off of a ballot. And Congress has not authorized Colorado or any other state to do so. I thought it was a very damning day yesterday. Let's actually play this. This is case 7, Greg. This was Jason Murray, I believe, arguing on behalf of the state of Colorado and Trump's removal from the ballot. And listen towards the end as he gets served up by Kavanaugh, Mr. Brett Kavanaugh, Supreme Court Justice of the United States. Take a listen to this.
He had the opportunity to call witnesses remotely. He didn't use all of his time at trial. There was ample process here, and this is how ballot access determinations in election cases are decided all the time.
Okay. Second question. Some of the rhetoric of your position, I don't think it is your position, but some of the rhetoric of your position seems to suggest unless the states can do this, no one can prevent insurrectionists from holding federal office. But obviously Congress has enacted statutes, including one still in effect, Section 2383 of Title 18 prohibits insurrection. It's a federal criminal statute. And if you're convicted of that, you are, it says, shall be disqualified from holding any office. And so there is a federal statute on the books, but President Trump has not been charged with that. So what are we to make of that?
Two things, Your Honor. Section 2383 was initially enacted about 6.
All right, so he goes on to try to make his recovery there. I don't know, Dawn. I thought it was a bad look yesterday for those attorneys. I would call that a SCOTUS smackdown. Yeah. Hard to get somebody removed from a ballot for insurrection when they've never been charged with insurrection.
Yeah, it was. It seems like it would be nice if they had a unanimous ruling on this and get it out of the way in the sense that let people go to the polls, let people let people decide, not unelected officials at the state level.
By the way, most liberals say that as well.
Yeah.
So it's just these weird leftists that think that this is the right way to do something.
Yep.
If it's not 9-0, it's going to be 8-1.
I would agree. Sotomayor said that Donald Trump's due process rights were likely violated, and even Ketanji Brown Jackson, a Biden appointee, sounds highly doubtful about this case that Colorado has brought forward. So I think this will be swiftly dealt with. And then, of course, the primary comes up on March 5th. So a ruling will happen probably in a matter of days, if not a couple of weeks. 855-839-1210. We'll get some news from Dawn to kick off hour number 2. Cut sheet at 7:45 as we continue live on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One-Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua, New Jersey, Saturday, April 20th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 7:01. Welcome back in. Hour 2 underway here on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have an Alvin Bragg update still ahead this morning. Also, Donald Trump's victory in Nevada. None of the above. What a time to be alive. We got a lot of good stuff coming up. We'll get to Dawn's news here in a moment. Cut sheet is at 7:45 as always. And day number 7 of our Disney keyword coming up at 8:30. That's right, Kayal Company sending somebody on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean. And it could be you from February 1st through the 22nd. Listen weekday mornings at 8:30 for the daily keyword. And then take that to 1210WPHT.com for your chance to grant your family's summer vacation wishes, because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal Company and Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stenzelin on this Friday morning.
And good morning. 38 degrees, cloudy skies this Friday morning. We are sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. And so this morning, we know that street in the suburbs of Philadelphia and Delaware County all cordoned off with yellow crime tape as investigators sift through the rubble of a fire where a family once lived in that home, just charred remains as they look for more bodies. Just a gruesome scene. And what a grueling job for these investigators now. So what we're talking about that's under investigation, this is a home, a large home in Delaware County in the suburbs where an entire family lived. That family wiped out. 6 people from the same family, mom, dad, 3 young kids, are presumed dead inside the home, including the apparent gunman, and that from a surviving family member who is speaking out to some of the news media. So we know that investigators had recovered 3 of those bodies, including that of a child, as well as the gun believed to be used to open fire on police, all recovered from the charred rubble there. That alleged shooter, identified by his own family, by his own mother, as 43-year-old Con Lee, who authorities confirm perished in the fire. And she also said her other son, Jong Lee, his wife, Brittany McLaughlin Lee, as well as their 3 children, Nikayla, 13, Natyla, 17, and Xavier, age 10, all presumed dead. I mean, just such a tragedy, and a tragedy for the classmates of these children believed to have perished in the fire. So the schools, I should say, preparing to have grief counselors and help out the kids in that situation. We know that it's believed that the grandparents, ultimately the grandfather was the one who called 911 initially and sounded the alarm. The grandparents ultimately were able to escape from a lower floor. Just a tragic story.
Yeah, I mean, the grandparents obviously have got to be shaken up, and those grief counselors, those individuals that have to do that, following school shootings or things like that, that's a tough task. Yeah. That's probably got to be the most gut-wrenching part of being in the education field, I would imagine.
Oh, that's well put. I mean, it's William Penn School District. And, to your point, the teachers' aides, I mean, it's a small community in that sense. And
Right.
so the kids, it's a real tragedy, and we don't know the motive. Why? So we just don't understand that one, and we're trying to certainly sift through this one and hear the latest from investigators as they try to figure out what was going on there. Just a follow-up for a case in Montgomery County. A woman is now charged with helping arrange her boyfriend's robbery as well as his murder. So she's a Plymouth Meeting woman identified by authorities there as Catherine Emil, charged with second-degree murder, robbery, and conspiracy charges. This is what she's facing. These are the charges leveled against this 29-year-old woman accused of actually setting up her own boyfriend, William Carter, to be robbed and then killed by putting a GPS tracker in the car he was driving.
This is in Plymouth Meeting?
Yes.
Wow. So basically a hitman was hired.
That's the allegation from the Montgomery County DA's office.
Wow.
Because we knew that he was. So the story was, and we've talked about this, the story was that this innocent victim was accosted by these 3 thugs. And then they arrested the 3 alleged thugs, right? And what was going on? Stole his car. Was it a carjacking? What was the motive? Well, now these detectives in Montgomery County say they're getting down to it and trying to figure out the motive. And they say that, in fact, those so-called thugs were working for the girlfriend.
Unbelievable. See, I don't have to worry about my wife hiring a hitman to kill me. She watches Investigative Discovery. She can dispose of me properly all on her own. Telling you, when your wife starts watching the shows on how they get rid of bodies and they throw them in sulfuric acid in the barrels, your days are numbered, folks.
Okay, since you said that, I'm just going to give you this. Here's the deal. They say that she had contacted these so-called hitmen, telling them that her boyfriend had $3,000 on him. He won a gambling bet. She was after the money.
Yes. Well, he probably took my parlay that he saw on Twitter, and she was jealous that he cashed in. Poor guy.
So I know I shouldn't laugh. It's a horrifying story, but you had to bring up yourself and, that your wife is smarter and could get away with it.
Yeah. Well, this doesn't happen a lot in Plymouth Meeting, so I got to imagine this is a rarity for Montgomery County detectives.
Oh, that's a great point. Let's take you to City Council, Philadelphia City Council. We did a preview yesterday saying that City Council, as expected, would talk about and propose these laws to get rid of things such as those so-called license plate flippers, which allow people to hide their plate and get away with things. And among the things they get away with, they get away with not paying for tolls or, red light cameras, things of that nature.
Yeah.
So they're cracking down on those so-called James Bond devices. But Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker making some big announcements, including that she's splitting up yet another Philadelphia city department. So I think this is the second time this week that she's made such an announcement to split things up and bring in more people. This is L&I, Department of Licenses and Inspections, always under fire after especially some of our crumbling buildings that we've covered over the decades. But in ultimately, she says that L&I was always, if they didn't know what to do with something, they would throw it over to the L&I category and let them deal with it, and sort of overwhelmed. So she's saying they're splitting L&I into 2 distinct pieces, and something that she feels is a long time in coming. So the question on this one, and one is a quality of life and one is the physical job of inspecting. The question is, how do we pay for all of these, splitting up the departments and bringing in more people who make pretty good money? And that's what some people are saying. So as of right now, they'll continue with this. But she will be making her first budget address next month. So we'll see the budget, and then how do we pay for all these extra people, or apparently extra people?
Yeah. How much does this cost?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Amen to that. So we're looking at that one. I will just take you to Boathouse Row. Remember we said, what was that, a year ago, we talked about those new LED lights and the new system, and they can coordinate it and all that good stuff. Well, we're back to Boathouse Row. It's going to be debuting a new LED light system which is quite beautiful, and that will happen next week, or next month, I should say. 6,400 individual LED lights that then will change color and actually dance.
Wow.
So they are saying it's pretty cool.
Can they post a message, like with the lights, in maybe like say something like "Just Go Joe" or something like that? You imagine seeing that at nighttime as you're driving along the Schuylkill?
But it's cool. You know, they can have different, if it's the Phillies, and they can be all red, or they can flash, or they can do sparkle, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So a total of $2.1 million, which was funded by the Joanna McNeil Trust and Parks and Rec. So it looks like some of this money was donated to do this. So very nice as far as Boathouse Row. We can look forward to that next week. Okay, right. Greg Stocker's doing cartwheels, wrapping me up here. We are sponsored by Bestwork Industries for the Blind. Their e-commerce store is helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestworkSupplyCenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, and technology, much more. Free shipping, next-day delivery. Shop now, save big time at BestworkSupplyCenter.com on this beautiful, mild Friday and upcoming weekend. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. So a couple of updates. I know we spoke, the most of the first hour was about Joe and a little bit with Trump with, SCOTUS in Colorado. But last night it was official, and they pretty much called it before it even technically began. You had Donald Trump scooping up all 26 delegates in Nevada. As we know, Nikki Haley has punted on Nevada. She didn't spend one day or $1 because she thinks the system against her is rigged by Trump in Nevada. And, of course, it's been a rough couple of days for Nikki. You know, she loses to none of the above in the primary on Tuesday night. And Thursday night, Donald Trump takes all 26 delegates, getting 99% of the vote. He was well over 90% in every single county. So really a good day for Trump yesterday, and now all eyes will be on South Carolina. If you're tracking the delegates to this very moment, with Trump going into Nevada this week, he was up 32-17 on Nikki Haley. Now he gets another 26 from Nevada. So now Donald Trump's sitting on 58 of the 75 delegates, 58 for Trump, 17 for Nikki Haley. And I think we're probably going to see another bloodbath in 2 weeks in her state, the Palmetto State of South Carolina. And then lastly, let me give you this other quick update. Alvin Bragg, our DA in Manhattan, not anything to do with Trump in the Stormy Daniels case, but this is in regards to the migrants that attacked NYPD cops. Alvin Bragg finally taking a step forward and doing a little bit of work, as he has indicted 7 migrants. On Wednesday, he charged a few. Up to 14 are believed to have been involved in the attack. 4 of the migrants that were indicted on Thursday, which was yesterday, are believed to have fled New York City after being arrested and released. And 2 of the accused men have not been named or arrested. Police released their pictures on Wednesday before indicting them the following day, along with the others. So we'll see how that plays out, as Alvin Bragg announcing charges against 7. So but by my math, that's about 50% of those that were involved have now been officially brought into the legal system. 855-839-1210 is the number. We'll come back. We have a couple of crazy stories to get to. You're going to love these, including, have you guys seen the new Apple Vision Pro goggles that people are wearing in society? Very interesting developments in entertainment and distraction. We'll get to that as we work our way towards the cut sheet. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Blue Chew. All right, guys. You're going to want to boost your confidence, right? Maybe you're lacking that vigor that Joe Biden allegedly has, according to Dr. Jill. Maybe you need that extra jump to your performance this year. Perhaps you're slipping in the bedroom. Well, we've got the perfect solution for you, and it's Blue Chew. Romance with that partner, that special someone, should be the best part of your day, and you need to be ready. That's why I suggest BlueChew.com, a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form at a fraction of the cost. And Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so you have no visits to the doctor, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And we have a special deal for Kayal and Company listeners. You can try it absolutely free. That's right, free, when you use the promo code 1210 at checkout. Just pay the $5 for shipping. That's BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210 to receive your first month free. Blue Chew, made in the USA.
Get ready to fall head over wheels in love because Busch Infinity of Westchester has a Valentine's surprise just for you. This month, you could lease a 2024 Infiniti QX60 for as low as $599 per month. And take advantage of rates as low as 0% for 36 months on select models. Who needs Cupid's arrow when you've got the horsepower of an Infiniti to sweep you off your feet? Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall, featuring guests from across the entertainment industry.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just two of us riffing on current events, pop culture, catching up, impressions.
Joe, Trump's trying to be a dictator. Yeah, just bump on the tater tots. Joe, no.
Listen to and follow Superfly on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just two of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If this cold winter we've endured hasn't yet convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe the great people at Guida Door and Window can help by giving you one more month to do so at their best prices of the year. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's your last chance to do so by receiving 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can pay now and buy later with Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans. This offer will expire at the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at goguida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You were young and your heart was an open book. You used to say, live and let live. But if this ever-changing world in which we live in,
Kayal and Company, 7:19. It's a very, very busy Friday morning. All sorts of big stories developing yesterday, last night. We've been all over that so far this morning. Joe Biden classified documents, no charges. Joe Biden clearly at a point now mentally where it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when he will be replaced. Donald Trump in Nevada, Donald Trump with Colorado, and SCOTUS, Alvin Bragg. So if you missed any of that this morning for the first hour and 15 minutes, go back to the Odyssey app and get caught up to speed. Cut sheets coming up at 7:45 this morning. Our Disney keyword, day number 7 at 8:30. And what a great day to have our pal Sean Farash on doing some Trump impressions with everything that is developed this week. So for the second straight week, we will have Sean on the program. Bob Irving with a great tweet, by the way, and he sends it to us. He says, if I win the Disney cruise, can I use it to torture Greg? Can you imagine Greg on a boat full of people that includes 1,000 kids with runny noses?
Oh, God.
Nice.
Yeah.
holy crap!
It's bad enough I have a 3.5-year-old with a runny nose all the time that I'm avoiding like the plague in my house.
You just see Greg like up on the around the pool on the cruise, and he looks over and there's like 14 kids just
God.
sniveling and
Just-
sneezing.
yeah. I like that everybody wants to use this Disney cruise that we're giving away to take us with them.
To spend more time with us.
Yeah.
Isn't that remarkable?
I think it's remarkable.
Everybody I know who's ever been on one of these Disney cruises raves about it. Said it was awesome.
Yeah.
7 nights, up to 4 people, and we'll have another chance at 8:30.
Bad job out of me. I should have insisted that we'll do this giveaway, but we have to broadcast live from the boat. Bad
That'd be
job
so
out of me.
fun.
Bad job.
That would be nice. Yeah. And Don would be basically cruising for 2 straight months.
I
Basically.
mean the B station over there, with the B.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy.
They're always in like Cancun and Florida.
I know.
That the oldies station. I guess we can't call it an old. It's not an oldies station anymore. Now what is it? The 80s station, because that's oldies now.
All right.
Their morning show is down in Florida.
Oh, is it?
Nice.
Yeah. Why can't we do this?
Oh, so they only talk 16 minutes an hour. We talk 39 minutes an hour.
What are we doing wrong here?
I know.
I know. Bill, didn't he just get back from like Cancun or something?
They're always going places. I mean, Dawn, let's not talk. You're going to Italy at the beginning of April.
I'll shush it up.
Yeah.
I can't complain.
Yeah. Sports station gets to go to Clearwater, pretend like they're working. Oh, let's talk to a couple of baseball players. Get a great tan. Not that I'm jealous. I don't want to talk to the baseball players. I just want to get the sun. That's all I care about.
Yeah, baseball players have nothing to say.
No, they're awful. Terrible interviews. Terrible. 855-839-1210. I'm not sure if you guys have seen this. I've seen it floating around on social media. I've yet to encounter anybody in real life and society wearing these Apple Vision Pro like 3D reality goggles like wrapped around. Yeah, they look like monstrous sunglasses or like ultra, this new modern reality world that I almost kind of have the flashbacks to when they started doing that in movie theaters where you'd put on the certain glasses, or there's like a certain ride at Disney that's indoors that you'd put on these like 3D lenses. But we've actually got 2 videos here. If we could just roll through these on YouTube here, Phil, and we'll K1 and K2. We've got one guy who's driving his car. Now look at this guy. He looks like he's typing something on a keyboard that doesn't exist in front of him as he's driving, and he's got one hand on the wheel, and then now he gets pulled over. Good, because the police officer has pulled him over, and he's still wearing those silly goggles. And then there's the second one where there's 2 buddies. They look like they're at like a burger joint or a Chipotle, and they're both wearing the goggles.
Oh, this is horrendous.
They're not having conversation with each other, though.
We're over as a society.
This is unbelievable. You got one guy drinking a soda with blue goggles on. The other guy's got the white ones on, and he's drinking a water. And they're like tapping and touching something. They're like living a different existence while they are in, right across from each other, as I would assume buddies or best friends.
I mean, this looks weird, but really, is it any different than two people sitting across from one another and both on their phones?
That's a great point.
It's no different. It's just this is new. So it looks weird to us. But 40 years ago, 30 years ago, you had two people sitting across from one another, looking down, scrolling through their phone, and be like, "What the hell is that?"
This is like the wave of the future. This is something the Simpsons predicted years ago, that we would basically be walking around like zombies in our own little world. Phil, if we have the last clip, actually, if we could play this, because I always love going to the Simpsons when they nail something. And this is K8 here. You can see the Simpsons, these guys walking around, these ladies, all the characters wearing these things that now, I don't know, the 25 years later, Americans are walking around. And oh, by the way, these things cost $3,500.
Yeah, they're way too expensive. But I see all these reviewers that they say it's 3D spatial video.
Yeah.
So you can, it's immersive. I don't really understand. Like, are you supposed to watch movies on it or play video games?
Is this a more expensive way to like replace ecstasy? I'm not sure.
No, it's a new,
games?
more enhanced version of VR. You
Virtual
have those,
reality.
Yeah, you have those VR games where you can put on the things and you can pretend like you're boxing or you're running or doing something like that. You're in a Are we
living a simulation right now?
We are such a lonely life. We are such a lonely people. This is so depressing that people want to go out and not actually experience life, but experience a virtual life.
Yeah.
It's just it makes me weep for society, honest to God.
It's almost like they're saying that humanity and society and civilization is either not worth engaging in or is completely boring. So I need something to stimulate me as I'm out. I mean, this guy went to a restaurant for a reason. He's hungry. He wants to eat. He's with his buddy. Why do you need to have those on and not be? And I think this is a step further than the phone disconnect. Like, I'm scrolling, I'm swiping. I don't want to talk to my aunt or my uncle at Thanksgiving. This is a complete disconnect. Like, this is a leave me alone.
Or you mentioned the word stimulating, and I would the pros are amazing. Eye and hand tracking, interface, 3D movies, immersive video. So I wonder, and I saw some sites on this that they were talking about, let's say for the lonely, people who are lonely, and they can go on certain sites and have certain, intimate experiences with others.
Sexual virtual reality is what we're talking about.
And so because it's apparently, they say it works magically with MacBooks, all kinds of different apps and sites.
Well, they've sold 200,000 of these so far, according to Apple.
Well, that picture, Phil, that you have right now in the queue of The Simpsons, of Homer and Marge, can you just bring that over? Because that is exactly what Dawn's talking about. We're never going to be in bed with our spouse anymore.
Right.
We're just going to be wearing these glasses in bed with other people.
Dreaming of Brad Pitt.
Which, maybe it's not a bad thing. But I'm just saying, it's just we're disconnecting. We talk all the time about mental health and everything. Like, this is terrible for people's mental health. It's absolutely terrible.
If you can go on here and have this 3D experience, if you're lonely, have a little Blue Chew and have at it. You know what I'm saying?
Anybody want to take some Blue Chews and put the goggles on?
The only problem I see is there's a battery issue. Can you imagine the battery dies just before?
Look, I have a friend who has all the gadgets and likes the VR stuff for video games and stuff. So, like, I'm not saying that is not a cool aspect of it, but to go around life
driving your car that way. And you're a danger to somebody, by the way.
It's just bizarre.
It really is.
I will not take part in it.
So $3,500 a pop for these.
$3,500,
and they've sold 200,000 of them. So by my math here in my calculator, they are just shy of $700 million in sales for Apple for just this product alone.
But to your point, Dawn, it's not. Instead of people saying, you know what, my life kind of sucks, let me go out and change it in real life, they're just like, well, I'll put on these VR glasses and my life is better.
They further go off the grid.
Exactly.
Right. They're going in the wrong direction even further, which is really sad part.
Now, for my teenage boys, for one of their big Christmas gift, we did the Meta, those smart glasses, like Ray-Ban sunglasses.
Yeah, these, I mean, versions
pretty
of this,
cool.
versions of this have been around
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
But these are the newest, like, most
The
expensive.
3D,
Yeah.
yeah.
Where you can actually walk through life, and it's look at that. It's just.
And Dawn, the ones you bought they're about what, $200, I think.
I think they were 300 because they were the latest one or close to that.
Okay.
But they're the smart glasses. They do video. They're pretty cool. They loved it.
Yeah, look at the video right now if you're watching. You're seeing, basically, you're adding multiple screens to your life that are not really there, and you're just virtually looking. It's a virtual simulation of scrolling and swiping social media is what it is.
But you could also have a golf lesson. You could do a workout. I mean, the positives, there are a lot of positives and cool things.
Again, stuff like that is fine. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that people are using this to replace their sad existence.
Yeah.
And it's even more sad.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're seeing right now, you can see the guy has like his email up, a web browser. It's like a tax site he's on. Like if you really need to do your taxes, just pull up your laptop or your phone, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing? All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheet at 7:45. But when we come back, an update on the kid that was smeared by Deadspin.
Oh, man.
The family has had enough, and wait till you hear this lawsuit. This is great. Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Super Bowl Sunday is Sunday, 2 days from now. Happy Super Bowl to all who celebrate. From FanDuel at Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. If you're like me, Super Bowl Sunday is all about scoring the best seat on the couch, grabbing your favorite football snacks, and placing some super bets. Like I said, I'm taking Kansas City plus 2.5. I guess I would assume at the end of the show today, Nick, Dawn, and myself will make our Super Bowl picks. I'm taking Kansas City plus 2.5. I have Travis Kelce to score an anytime touchdown and Patrick Mahomes to be the MVP on Sunday. New customers, join today and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet or more wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and he's the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over. President PA, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert, and I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-611-5252. That's 800-611-5252.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 five-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Super Pack Friday edition of Kayal and Company rolls on. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Good to have all of you in as we approach Super Bowl weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Don't forget, cut sheet in just about 7 or 8 minutes. Our Disney keyword at 8:30 this morning as we roll out our 7th keyword. Still about, by my knowledge, 9 more to go as we'll go through Thursday, February 22nd, and then 2 weeks from today, we will call our winner live on the air.
And a lot of people are asking if they need to have every keyword in order to win. The answer is no. You could have one keyword.
Oh.
But, however, it increases your chances the more keywords you have.
That's
so
right.
if you have one, sure, you could win, but the odds are very, very, very unlikely.
Better chance with all 16 of them.
Way better chance.
So what do they say? Like, what was the keyword on day 2? How does it work?
As far as
Or
what?
was I not listening?
Well, no, you would just have to go
I'm
back.
a bad student.
No, you would have to just go back, and I would just imagine listen at each day at 8:30 to get all the keywords.
Oh.
I mean, I guess you could re-enter them. I don't know that there's... I mean, I guess you could, in theory, go to 1210WPHT.com.
That's right, because it's on the Odyssey app.
Pull up the Odyssey app and go listen to every show and then just enter that keyword. So, like, day 1 was Disney. You'd enter that keyword. And then day 2, we gave you a different keyword. And if you just keep going back through, I guess, the chapters of our show on the app, you could, I guess, boost all your odds in a matter of, I don't know.
Look at you, boosting odds.
It'll probably take you, what, 2 days to go back through the app and have all these shows and go through scrolling and swiping. I mean, pull the cursor over to 8:30.
Be entertained.
It's easier. Well, yes, thank you, Dawn. It would be easier to just listen every day at 8:30.
Yes,
and for all of my friends and families, no, you can text me, and I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. You can't win anyway.
Yeah. You can have no affiliation with Greg Stocker.
Exactly.
Actually, Tony Bruno is the only guy, technically, I guess, right? Bruno's, I think he's probably stuffing the box as well. No doubt about it.
Yeah, when we announce the winner, how many people are going to be like, it was rigged? It was rigged.
I know.
Especially if like one of the super fans wins, like a Kevin Pools or
I know,
Sid
that'd be
Weiss
fun.
or
one of our hardcores.
Sid and Sarah.
Yeah, somebody like that wins and be like, see, it's all rigged.
I hope it's somebody that's not one of the super fans.
Don't say that. How dare you?
No, we give the supers enough love.
The
Every
supers.
day we got to stroke the same 7 people. I want somebody else for once.
Yeah, but it's a cruise. It's a Caribbean cruise.
I want a Nikki Haley supporter to win. How about that?
Oh boy, how about that?
Do we have any Nikki Haley supporters in this audience?
Here's the thing though. Everybody, even Richard Notaro says that if he wins, he's going to take me to torture me.
Yeah.
Why does everyone want to torture me?
Guys, Greg's not going to go.
What's happening?
I've been trying to get Greg to go outside for 2 years. It hasn't worked.
You and Rich Notaro actually have a lot in common because you love music and you know music.
Yeah.
So you'd have more fun than you think.
I'm sure he's a great human. I'm sure he's a great guy. I don't associate with any of you guys.
Yeah.
You just want to hang out with us.
It's not
any of us.
I've worked with Dawn 9 years, 10 years. I've never been to her house. We spend enough time together.
Yeah. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
There's nobody I would rather do a morning show with than her. And I will say this, that I don't want to hang out with her.
Because he hangs out with me 30 hours a week.
Right. You end up seeing radio people more than your family.
I know. It's true.
You too, Nick.
Yeah.
You're doing a fabulous job.
Well, I know that.
The show's never sounded better.
I agree.
But I don't really need to hang out with you.
All right. Couple of cocktails and no dice?
No,
All right.
no.
All right.
I'm good.
All right, let's get to this update. This is an amazing story. For those that were not paying attention back in November, I'm not sure where you were, but we did talk about this big story where Deadspin and this writer, Karan J. Phillips, who has a history of clickbait racism, tried to falsely smear a 9-year-old Kansas City Chiefs fan for wearing blackface during an NFL game. And obviously, the kid was not wearing blackface. The author, Karan J. Phillips, he only showed one side of the kid's face that was painted black. You can see it. It's on YouTube. Again, he's wearing the Kelsey jersey. He's got the Native American headdress on, and his face, half red, half black, matches some of the Chiefs' colors in their uniform. Well, the Deadspin photo that got posted, they tried to claim in a second post that the fan, the kid, hates black people and the Native Americans at the same time. Well, on Monday of this past week, the parents of the child, Raul and Shannon Armenta, who we played a clip a while back on the cut sheet, they have officially filed a lawsuit against Deadspin and their parent company, Geo Media, for, quote, maliciously and wantonly attacking their son. The family confirmed their legal action to Outkick and Fox News, and the complaint reads as follows. By selectively capturing from the CBS broadcast an image of H.A., the kid's initials, showing only the one side of the face with black paint on it, an effort that took laser-focused precision to accomplish, given how quickly the boy appeared on screen, Phillips and Deadspin deliberately omitted the half of H.A.'s face with red paint on it. H.A. did not wear a costume headdress because he was taught hate at home. He wore it because he loves the Kansas City Chiefs football team and because he loves his Native American heritage. Keep in mind, this family has Native American blood themselves. The lawsuit states that the accusations have caused enormous damage to the Armenta family, as detailed below. They've received death threats with quotes such as, "I'm going to kill H.A. with a wood chipper."
Oh, my God.
And insults calling H.A. a P-word, a mother bleeper, and a bad N-word. They have made Raul a pariah at work, forcing the family to consider moving out of state, and they have branded a 9-year-old child with false allegations that he will never shake off online. So that is a brief synopsis of the lawsuit. I do not see what they are seeking monetarily in damages. Deadspin's lawyers have threatened with a countersuit. And the writer, who, as we mentioned and we chronicled in the past when we talked about this story, Karan J. Phillips, he has since made his Twitter private. So you cannot even see the commentary that he's putting out unless you follow him and he accepts your follow request. So I would imagine this is going to be millions of dollars. And if Deadspin wasn't bankrupt or almost on the verge of extinction, if this goes against them, I think this is the final nail in the coffin for that website, Deadspin.
How many times are they going to go bankrupt?
I think it's been 3 or 4. I mean,
it's unbelievable.
I remember 15 years ago, like when I was doing sports, it was a site I would check out every day before they went down this road of, this left-wing stuff. And, I mean, Karan J. Phillips, I don't know, what he gets paid, or I'm assuming he's not super rich. I don't know that this guy can afford to have a lawsuit go against him where he's going to have to pay damages to this family. If all of these claims are true by this family and the kid's being, getting death threats and the dad has to leave his job.
I mean, how can it not be, guys? Honestly, they called out this little kid and accused him of being a racist.
I know. I hate
with his photo.
I hate it, but I always wonder when people are seeking damages, like my radar always goes up. Because you got to make a very strong case. It's got to be completely compelling. And I'm just like, and I'm wondering, is the dad really at the point? And trust me, I'm not trying to defend Deadspin here.
No, I know you're not.
But it's like, I always feel like everybody's looking for that quick payday, right? Yeah. But we've also seen that these cases are very difficult to prove. So this is just the filing of the suit. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll see how it plays out.
I mean, wouldn't you guys sue?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm not a litigious person, honestly.
Yes.
And I hate people, your point, Nick, I hate people who sue on
constantly.
For anything.
Right.
But if this was my kid, you're damn right I would sue.
Yeah. And the thing that's bothered me is just this cavalier nature where we just brand and, label people racists. And this one is so egregious on top of the fact that it's just factually not true and it's a 9-year-old.
And they can't even hide behind, with the Taylor Swift AI stuff. I'm against suing for that, but you can't even hide behind parody because this race huckster was trying to make an issue out of something that wasn't an issue and defame the kid.
Yeah. And we talked about precedent this week with the parents in Michigan with the shooting. Maybe this will be another precedent where, all of a sudden people start backpedaling a little bit with just how easily they will try to label you a racist. I think, that we need to get back to a point where we actually have context before we start throwing out, these slanderous accusations.
Well, especially your little girls are this age, Nick. And so they're at that age where they're, still little, because they're 9, 10-ish grade school, right? But they're also conscious of what people are saying. And it's a really tender age.
Mm-hmm.
And so to Greg's point, why would they, and they put on a major site and they attack a kid.
I know. Yeah. It's real low-hanging fruit and really egregious. All right, 7:46 Friday morning as we get to one last edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Yes, I said it before. I'll say it again. President's Day weekend, February, best time to buy a car. I know that from experience. All right, let's get in. I have so much stuff here. I don't know how I'm going to get to all of this. We might need an extra
part 3,
10 days. Not really. So yesterday, the Supreme Court heard the oral arguments for the Colorado voters. It's the attorneys for Norma Anderson group of Colorado voters, kicking Trump off of the ballot, citing the insurrection clause. So one of the lawyers is a guy by the name of Jason Murray, who looks like he's about 7 years old. And he got just completely destroyed. And I would like to mention this first clip that I'm going to play. I'm going with, where are we here? I'm going with cut. Did I miss this? No. I'm going with cut 1 here. This is Justice Elena Kagan.
Okay.
Not exactly a strict constitutional conservative,
right?
That is arguing with him on why she says that single states should decide who gets to be the president of the United States. Again, this is cut 1, Phil, go.
No, there has to be some process for determining those questions. And then the question becomes, does anything in the 14th Amendment say that only Congress can create that process? And Section 5 very clearly is not an exclusive provision. It says Congress shall have power.
But maybe put most boldly, I think that the question that you have to confront is why a single state should decide who gets to be president of the United States. In other words, this question of whether a former president is disqualified for insurrection to be president.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a complete roasting, and you're right. That's not coming from a conservative justice appointed by Trump. Again, at the end of the day, it's ridiculous on so many levels. But I'll just, for the sake of time, because I know, Dawn, you want to jump in as well. If Merrick Garland and the DOJ could have charged Donald Trump with insurrection, they would have. But the fact that they did not should be a glaring warning to every state with the aspiration of removing Trump from the ballot based on Article 3, Section 14, the 14th Amendment, excuse me. Like, you just can't all of a sudden take it upon yourself as a state to try to remove a guy from the election. Like, I don't want juries determining who's my president, and I don't want these groups of attorneys backed by voters trying to make this legitimately a one-horse race. I thought yesterday was a total butt-kicking by the smartest attorneys of all time against these entry-level Mr. Murrays that probably should be sticking to district courts.
Yeah, I think here's what I thought yesterday when it came on, I think during the Dom show, and we were all listening to it. And I think ultimately I'm glad to hear this reaction, that we have unity on the court, because I think at some point we need judges who just follow the law.
Yes.
And we've seen so many weaponization, the weaponization of, whether it's some in the DOJ or some judges. I loved the fact that these were just smart individuals who were appointed by all different presidents from a spectrum of, politics, but that they could come together on what is the Constitution.
That's right.
Right.
What's the law? What's the facts? And let's check the politics at the door.
Yep.
Yep.
And so that's honest to God, that's more than anything, that's my reaction. I just want fair, whatever fair means, and look at the law and interpret the law, not what the politics of the person.
My my prediction on this is that it's either going to be 9-0 or 8-1.
I would agree.
Who's the one you think?
I don't know. I actually think it's going to be 9-0 because I think this is such a stretch, and I think the Colorado Supreme Court got this stunningly wrong.
Yep.
So I just think that both sides are going to come. And by the way, I said this earlier. I have friends who are not the biggest Trump fans, and they said themselves, like, let the people decide. Like, what are we doing?
We can't have 9 justices or 12 jurors doing the job of what 80 and 70 respective million Americans are doing at the ballots.
Chief Justice John Roberts, who you never know which way he's going to fall. I know he was appointed by George W. Bush. Was it George W. Bush? I believe
he's been
so.
on there for a long time.
So he was appointed by a conservative president, but he swings both ways on this. And he even said that insurrection is a broad term. This is cut to Phil. Go.
What do you do with what would seem to me to be plain consequences of your position? If Colorado's position is upheld, surely there will be disqualification proceedings on the other side, and some of those will succeed. Some of them will have different standards of proof. Some of them will have different rules about evidence. Maybe the Senate report won't be accepted in others because it's hearsay. Maybe it's beyond a reasonable doubt, whatever. In very quick order, I would expect, although my predictions have never been correct, I would expect that a goodly number of states will say, whoever the Democratic candidate is, you're off the ballot, and others, for the Republican candidate, you're off the ballot. And it'll come down to just a handful of states that are going to decide the presidential election. That's a pretty daunting consequence.
I mean, it already is.
Well, certainly, Your Honor, the fact that there are potential frivolous applications of a constitutional provision isn't a reason.
Well, no, hold on. I mean, you might think they're frivolous, but probably the people who are bringing them may not think they're frivolous. Insurrection is a broad broad term. And if there's some debate about it, I suppose that will go into the decision, and then eventually we would be deciding whether there was an insurrection when one president did something as opposed to when somebody else did something else. And what do? Do we wait until near the time of counting the ballots and sort of go through which states are valid and which states aren't?
There's a reason Section 3 has been dormant for 150 years, and it's because we haven't seen anything like January 6th since Reconstruction. Insurrection against the Constitution is something extraordinary.
It seems to me you're avoiding the question, which is other states may have different views about what constitutes insurrection. And now you're saying, well, it's all right because somebody, presumably us, are going to decide, well, they said they thought that was an insurrection, but they were wrong. And maybe they thought it was right. And we'd have to develop rules for what constitutes an insurrection.
Wow.
Masterclass by Chief Justice John Roberts on interpretation of law. And you got Mr. Murray there kind of flip-flopping around, trying to finagle and finesse his argument. To me, it comes down to, you talk about January 6th and what you saw. And then once you see all the different angles and all the raw footage out there, to me, it's very difficult for you to arrive at the conclusion that Trump caused or incited an insurrection. And you take the clips of him, when he's behind that piece of glass and he's saying, we're going to march down and we're going to protest. And, from what happens after that, in my opinion, is on the hands of those that went too far above and beyond. That to me should not be pinned on another man's words.
What?
Shafe on the YouTube chat says, I bet Jason Murray still wears a mask.
Oh. Do you think he has pronouns in his email signature?
Probably.
Yeah.
Fox Legal Analysis, or Fox Legal Analyst Jonathan Turley was on Fox News yesterday noting that the lawyers got an icy reception when they argued before the U.S. Supreme Court, and that former Donald Trump did fall under Article 3 of the 14th Amendment, which would force his removal from the ballot for having engaged in insurrection. Turley singled out Jason Murray, the guy that we're talking about, one of the three attorneys arguing the Trump ballot case. This is what he said on Fox News yesterday. This is Cut 21. Phil, go.
Question and the answer. Well, I think that the advocates for disqualification probably expected a cold reception, but this was perfectly glacial. I mean, the problem for Jason Murray is that his toughest questions came from the left of the court. Many people have been saying how the conservatives are going to sandbag this entire appeal and how they have to look deeply within themselves. Many of the toughest questions were coming from Justice Jackson and Justice Kagan. And Justice Jackson notably kept on raising this first question, which is perhaps the presidency is just not covered by this provision. And she has always taken a particular interest in the 14th Amendment and had said, it's plausible that he was not. And some of the other justices raised the fact that the 14th Amendment was designed to take power away from the states. And yet, as Chief Justice Roberts said, you are curiously finding that there's a provision here that radically expands that power. And that seems to go against the entire tenor and purpose of the 14th Amendment. This was really a tough going. Jason Murray did as good a job as he could do.
A for effort.
But I imagine he wanted to do everything short of pulling the fire alarm at one point.
Oh, he was going to pull a Bowman.
He hit from all sides in this argument.
Oh, it's amazing.
Wow, he dropped he took a swipe at Jamal Bowman right there.
That was good.
That's great work out of Turley.
Murray's like, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah. Should have thought of that.
Turley very rarely inserts comedy into his legal interpretation. But, you talk about it, you have John Roberts, and then, of course, there's Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Sonia Sotomayor, who, by the way, said yesterday that Trump's due process rights have been violated in this process. Kagan, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, who she's the most recent appointee.
By Biden.
By Biden.
Yeah.
And she was, scratching her head yesterday, where are we going here, Mr. Murray?
Yeah, wouldn't it be something if she delivered the opinion, the final blow in this? For that? That would be amazing.
Yes.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it would be good that the country's, or then the conspiracy theorists are going to say, oh, see, the Democrats, they're going to have Biden get off the ballot. He's gonna retire, and they want Trump.
Yeah. So yesterday, I'm going to kind of do this in chronological order because a lot happened yesterday afternoon and then yesterday evening. We started playing some clips from yesterday evening in the 6 o'clock hour. For those of you who tune in later, I'm going to play all of them again for you. So Biden originally was at was this a campaign stop? I'm not sure where he was, but after the ruling came out, or the DOJ findings that came out, he spoke about it very briefly, basically just talking about the classified documents probe and saying that he cooperated, he was cleared, all good. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Let me say a few things before I get started with our discussion. First, I'm not going to be very long, I promise. First, the special counsel released their findings today about their look into my handling of classified documents. I was pleased to see they reached a conclusion I believed and knew all along they would, that there are no charges should be brought in this case. As many of you know, this was an exhaustive investigation going back literally more than 40 years. 40 years when I became a United States Senator when I was a kid. I was a kid, 29 years old.
Not 40 years
Special counsel
ago.
acknowledged I cooperated completely.
Wait a minute, hang on.
That's bad math.
40 years ago, he was not 29 years
Right,
old.
he's not 69 years old. He's 81.
He might have been 29 years old when he started in Congress, but that wasn't 40 years ago.
No, that will be 52 years ago. Yeah, he's got 5 decades. That's why I say he is the definition of the swamp.
To be fair, maybe he meant 40 years ago is how far back the classified documents went. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
This right, so we're going back to the 80s.
Yeah, this I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt on. This is him struggling to pronounce Roe versus Wade. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
And making Roe v. Ward the law of the land.
What the hell? What the hell did he say there?
No.
Burt Ward.
And making Roe v. Ward the law of the land.
Roe v. Ward. He sounds drunk.
Dwayne Wade.
Go home, Mr. President. You're drunk.
And making Roe v. Ward the law of the land.
Somewhere in the Delaware Valley tonight, there'll be a guy at a bar at 11:30 smashed off too many drinks, just yelling at the bartender, Roe v. Ward. We're going to lose again because of Ward.
Word.
Roe v. Word.
Are those wings good? Word.
Oh, my goodness.
So then he came out last night after that devastating DOJ report dropped, basically saying that they're not charging him because he's an elderly, senile man, and it would be cruel. This is how he reacted to that yesterday. I'm going to start with cut 17 here, Phil. Go.
Documents. In addition, I know there's some attention paid to some language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked the question, I thought to myself, it wasn't any of their damn business. Let me tell you something. Some of you have commented, I wear since the day he died, every single day, the rosary he got from Our Lady of...
From what church?
Every Memorial Day we hold a service remembering him, attended by friends and family and the people who loved him. I don't need anyone to remind me when he passed away or passed away. Simple truth is I sat for a 5-hour interview over 2 days of events going back 40 years. At the same time I was managing an international crisis, their task was to make a decision about whether to move forward with charges in this case. That's their decision to make. That's the council's decision to make. That's his job. And they decided not to move forward. For any extraneous commentary, they don't know what they're talking about. It has no place in this report. The bottom line is the matter is now closed. I'm going to continue what I've always focused on, my job of being President of the United States of America. Now, thank you, and I'll take some questions.
You know, if you're going to argue that your memory is fine and you're going to bring up the rosary that you wear in the honor of your son, you need to remember where you got it from. And you can't have that big gaffe and that pause. But he's talking about, the placement of these quotes. I didn't know about my son and when he died and what years I was vice president. Do you think these quotes were put in there with the intent of showing truly this is why we can't charge him, or with the intent of showing clearly this is why we, as the Democrats, need to bail on Joe? Because, that of everything that came out with this report, and I believe you can read the full version of it, the transcript on foxnews.com. I think I saw it there last night. We're highlighting just a few quotes that really show, what's going on here. Like, we talk about motive all the time. And I know we discussed that in the first hour. Was this Joe being defiant, saying, I'm going to get out there and defend my name and my memory? Or was this the Democrats saying, hey, you know what, Joe, why don't you get out there and defend yourselves? And they're all probably looking around like, this is how we get rid of them. This is how we abandon ship.
I think you're right. New York Times, look at all the headlines. New York Times, Biden age and memory rise to the center of the 2024 presidential campaign. To your point that you've been saying this morning, and Greg and Nick, all of the media that's not conservative media is headlining exactly what you're saying.
Yep.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think after yesterday's turn of events, there are still people out there that will emphatically still vote Joe?
Sure.
Sure.
So did anything change yesterday with people being in their camps?
I said this at 6 o'clock, and I believe this, that he's super lucky that this didn't come out in October, like the Comey memo for Hillary Clinton did, because it would have. There's zero chance he would have won in November if that was the case.
So you're thinking people will forget about this?
Not that they'll forget about it, but I think that it happened far enough away that enough stuff can happen between now and then. Yep. Black swan type events where it's the unpredictable. That this could change in a heartbeat.
You're going Catherine Herridge on me here. Black swan.
I'm telling you, these are if everybody knew that his memory was an issue. Even liberals knew that his memory was an issue. Nobody could have predicted that the DOJ the special counsel would come out and make these findings. Nobody. So that's what I mean when election surprises like this can turn a race one way or another. It happens all the time. So God only knows what's going to happen between February 9th and November 5th or 6th, whatever.
That's true. Yep.
Election day is.
Well, the best party planners in the nation, the Democrats, I have no doubt that they have a plan.
Gavin's
they have a plan
in the bullpen.
B, plan C. Yep.
He's warming up. He's down. Gavin's on his way to Clearwater, too.
Yep. Because now what would that mean? Because it would allow, we talked about this one time, right, that if right now he would resign, Gavin Newsom or whoever could primary Kamala.
Yep.
See?
But that would be
because
sexist
they don't want
and
her.
racist.
But if they primary her, then how does that shake out? And would it go to votes? And how would that whole thing work?
Yeah.
If they primaried her, and then they could like the spaghetti on, throw spaghetti at the wall. They can figure out which Democrat is going to win against Trump.
Yep.
The first person to ask a question was Fox News' Peter Doocy. And, of course, we played this earlier, but, of course, Joe Biden took a shot at Peter Doocy. I'm going with cut 8-16 here. Phil, go.
Biden, something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president. I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak. That's
your memory has gotten worse, Mr. President?
My memory is not gotten. My memory is fine. My memory. Take a look at what I've done since I become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? I guess I just forgot what was going on.
Mr. President.
Hey, young Doocy, I've carried this nation on my back for the last 3 years, he says. How dare you? My memory might be slipping, but I'll never forget you, Peter.
Anybody who remembers or who's gone through this with people, the first thing the people who are losing their mind says, my memory's fine. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Defiant denial.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's sad, honestly. Like I'm not taking a victory lap over a man that has, dementia or Alzheimer's possibly.
Look, I'm not a doctor, so I have no idea what but if he wants to get out ahead of this, honestly, he should have not gone out for that press conference last night. That was a big mistake on his part. And he should have, if I'm him, I have not just the White House doctor, I have about 5-6 different doctors from all over the world, country, whatever, that examines me, and have them come out and do a press conference. That's what I would do.
That would be good if you feel like you could actually prove that you're fine.
That's the problem, right?
I was thinking last night, once he came out, it probably would have been better just to do what he does every Friday, answer 1 or 2 questions as he walks across the lawn and boards Air Force One to head back to Delaware for the weekend.
Yep.
Just do your typical passive-aggressive, act like you can't hear because the chopper's too loud in the background, and then just go up the steps and hope you don't fall.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick, because I was looking up, because earlier you guys brought up the White House physician. So I think because I looked up, it was February 23rd last year, White House physician says Biden remains, quote, fit for duty. So is his yearly physical, I believe that's coming up within the next 10 days. Are they teeing this up?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? To your point earlier.
Yep.
Are they teeing this whole situation up where now they've laid it all out, and now, boom, the White House physician within the next 10 days comes out and says, well, we got a little issue here.
Well, you're right. Last February, didn't they release the actual letter so you could see it? Like it said, it was like basically their findings and then the signature on it.
Yes, sir.
To show that it was, verified.
And it was actually February 16th, which if it's year to year, that would be next Thursday.
Yeah.
But he can't just go to the White House doctor, because people won't believe that. He needs to find 3, 4, 5 different physicians. If in fact he can do that and prove to the American people that he's okay.
Well, here's what we do. We extend the invite from Kayal and Company. I'll take Joe to a local physician in Bluebell. Dorenzo can get in the back and film it, and we'll have a Kayal and Company exclusive.
Okay.
Joe Biden proves to America that he's fit.
I apologize, Phil Almquist, because I gave you the wrong number, so I'm sure we played the wrong video for that last one. That was all my fault, because Greg Stocker was not prepared, and I need to check my work before I put it on the air. Can we check our work, please, before we put it on the air and save it? I'm going to need to have a meeting with myself after the program.
What's more disturbing, Joe talking to dead people or Stocker holding a meeting with himself?
Can you imagine if people walk by the conference room and I'm in there yelling at myself?
He must be on Bluetooth
for not being prepared. My problem is that I literally have 5 pages worth of stuff here. There's so much going on.
I'll tell you this, just a little bit behind the scenes. Yesterday was the most radio prep work I have done consistently, like a time-wise, in probably over a year. Because I had one big take lined up, ready to go. It took me like 2 hours to write.
Yep.
And then all the Biden stuff comes down. It's like, all right, here we go.
It's a good one, by the way, and you'll probably do it Monday or Tuesday, someday next week.
And I knew yesterday was going to be a big day, because we had Trump in the morning, and we knew that Putin and Tucker thing was going to go on. But I did not expect Joe's classified documents thing to come down. And then on top, the whole dementia stuff. And then he compounds the issues worse later at night. Yesterday was a whirlwind day.
This is actually cut 16, Phil. This is him yelling at another reporter. I believe this is actually a CBS reporter asking about his age and mental acuity. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Things that appeared in my garage, things that came out of my home, things that were moved not by me, but my staff.
Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, watch me. Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They expressed concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer to that question?
Because I'm the most qualified person in this country to be president of the United States and finish the job I started.
Do you believe that? President, why are you confusing the names of world leaders?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Somebody
Boy, what
asked
a
a great
disaster.
question. Why are you confusing the name of world leaders? Yes, that's it. If this week had happened, if this week hadn't happened, maybe it wouldn't be this big of a news. But he forgot two world leaders.
Yeah.
Twice this week.
And you could the combativeness with the female reporter, and he's going to be combative with Ducey or a female, so it really doesn't matter. But it reminds I'll never forget this when my grandfather was starting to slip, and my mom was like talking about doing certain things with him because she felt like he couldn't handle the typical workload anymore, and he would be like, basically, well, that's your opinion. That doesn't mean everybody else thinks that I can't, and that's what that was right there.
100%.
But that's the thing is, we all believe that lady right there is speaking for pretty much all of us.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
It's true. And they were pounding him. That's why he got defensive. They were all going after this issue. The only thing I'm going to say here is I'm looking at the White House physician from last year, and I'm just going to say this. He began this long report of Biden's history and his medical report with that the president in 2022 had experienced COVID-19 and remember he battled that twice in late summer and then late in 2022. This is my prediction. If I'm going to go all out conspiracy theory, I'm going to do it.
What the hell?
Come
it's a
out.
Friday.
They
Shoot
come
or
out
shoot, right?
next week. It's Valentine's week, Ash Wednesday, so probably his physicals. Let's say it's next Thursday or Tuesday. They come out and they say, you know what? He had COVID, and we know there are studies. There's this huge study in Rutgers that particularly people who have this long COVID of all ages, long COVID, and it accelerates dementia.
The brain fog.
And that's what they're going to say. And it's the long COVID, and he's got to beat this. And then is that going to lead to him retiring?
Can we hold you this
Yes.
prediction? Okay.
And then they're going to, then they'll have Kamala. She'll be named the president.
Oh, no.
And then she'll be primaried, and it gives Democrats plenty of time, like Greg said, plenty of time to do their party planning and to have a smooth pathway. And they're going to look at who could beat Trump. Boom, there it is. There's my conspiracy.
If you're wrong, will you shave your head?
Yes. No. You can shave my legs. Like, who was that? Klobuchar? Remember that? Like, shave her legs under
While he was trying to convince everybody that he is mentally with it, he mixed up the Mexican president with the Egyptian president. This is cut 18, Phil, go.
The hostage negotiation.
I'm of the view, as you know, that the conduct of the response in the Gaza Strip has been
yikes,
over the top. I think that, as you know, initially the president of Mexico, Sisi,
Egypt,
did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him.
Yeah.
This is
and again, we said this earlier. If he just did this on its face, and people mess things up all the time. We're all guilty of it here. But it's just the pattern. It's the week. It's this week.
Yeah.
This is the third, fourth time.
Who was it? Helmut Kohl?
Helmut Kohl in 17, who died in 17, that Joe claims he had a conversation with about January 6th.
German Chancellor. Who was the other one this week?
It was somebody who was in power from, or who died in
the late 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just he's claiming that he's having these interactions that are an impossibility.
Yep.
You can't, obviously he's not fit to serve another term. He's obviously not fit to serve really another day.
Yep.
And, we said, I know this is probably low-hanging fruit, but we said this months ago. And
Mitterrand.
That's it. Oh, that's right.
Yep. and we had a laugh at it. But
thanks.
I mean, I don't know that Joe would be a qualified Walmart greeter right now. We've said that in the past.
Well, as long as he just says hello, sweetheart, and doesn't say their name, right?
Or he doesn't sniff any little girls.
So how did they take this on MSNBC? Well, they brought out their A-list panel. The Rachel Maddow panel was there. It was Rachel Maddow, Larry O'Donnell.
So she worked the second day this week.
Chris Hayes, Joy Reid was there. Everybody was there. So how did they spin this? Ari Melber starts off the panel by saying it's ageism. And Rachel Maddow ends the clip by saying he's okay because he rides a bike.
Okay.
Cut 14, guys, go.
You want to get into the age thing? Because this is, let's call it what it is. This is ageism snuck into a report clearing the person of any wrongdoing. If you want to get into the ageism, young people are told all the time by their lawyers, hey, you're way better off leaning into I don't recall than possibly misstating something to a federal officer or under oath in this case. So it's a lot of derogatory stuff, and that is also, if this were a movie, you'd say, oh, gosh, the other lawyers who told the president, well, you could drag this out and not do this interview, they might be saying, well, this is why you shouldn't do the interview. And I do think it is, I want to be clear, a credit to the president that he chose to do fast cooperation. I think that's good for the system. Politically, though, it's now being used against him.
I'm sure there were advisors saying don't do it.
Absolutely.
Right now saying that. Along with the standardness of I don't recall is the standardness of prosecutors and or litigators being annoyed by it. And part of the peak that you read in it is that peak, right? I mean, he's frustrated and angry that he didn't get more. Yeah. But the other thing, you mentioned this, we should just be clear here, right? Like, age is the central narrative question here that this all revolves around in terms of its political repercussions, the way the news happened today, the questions being asked him by multiple figures there. And in the end, what makes it such a useful political tool for people that want Donald Trump to be elected or want him not to be reelected is that the fact of his age is not something you can rebut. You can't tack to, if someone says you're too far left, you can tack to the center. The man is 80 years old.
He rides a bike.
He is the age he is. And
he rides a bike, guys.
It's a very useful political attack for that reason.
I can't believe that I'm actually agreeing with Chris Hayes on there, but I am. Like, he's absolutely correct in what he was saying. The other two are trying to make excuses for it.
Yeah. The whole, I mean, it's not, to me, again, it's case by case. And this one is so evidence-based that you don't need to tell me. I don't need to know if Joe's 81, 91, or 62. I'm looking and seeing and hearing all of these mistakes, and I think a logical person reasonably arrives at the conclusion that there's something going on with this man. You don't need to know the number. The number to me is inconsequential. It's what's being on display now for 2.5, 3 years that's only getting progressively worse.
Yep.
But since when can somebody like a special prosecutor say, oh, well, you're a sweet older person, and so we're going to, let you off the hook, even though you have these documents for decades since you were a senator? I mean, Trump could then argue that he's in his late 70s. Why can't he go with, well, geez, I'm a guy in my late 70s. I just forgot.
Well, and Trump argued in that truth post that we showed you earlier that when Joe took these documents, he was in a much better mental state. He was, in his, quote, prime, I think he posted on that truth post.
Yeah, and to your point, though, to say that, well, Biden turned them over in a timely manner decades later is timely. Doesn't this report, I think, is Trump's best defense.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please, please, please hit the like button. I want to get to 200 likes, so please hit the like button. Also, if you have not done so, hit the subscribe button. It helps us tremendously if you just click that subscribe button. Please click the subscribe button. Also, if you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button. Follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app. Let's go over to CNN. Oh, by the way, 8 minutes, right, Nick?
You push follow again?
8:30, it's coming up.
No. If you've done the follow button, you're okay. If you've not followed 1210 WPHT, please hit the follow button on the Odyssey app. Sorry, Nick.
8:30, keyword, baby.
Ellie Honig on CNN said, reacting to this special counsel report, I'd like to get all the talking heads reactions to this. This is cut 19. Phil, go.
This report
report, and a key part of this, Ellie, and to go back to what Jeffrey Toobin was saying there, the special counsel, Robert Hur, did have to issue a report. Those are his regulations. It was this lengthy report, which we were expecting. Was that him trying to explain why he didn't charge Biden, why that was going to be so long? What was your read on what he said?
So first of all, this report is required by the special counsel regulations. And if we want a precedent of somebody issuing a very long special counsel report without recommending a charge, look no further than Robert Mueller, who issued a 400-page special counsel report and did not specifically say, I recommend criminal charges. He was ambiguous and testified. Let me be clear about this. This is a very close call. I have written and read 1,000 of these documents. They're called prosecution memos. You lay out the facts and you say, here's my recommendation as to charging or not charging. Joe Biden is correct that Donald Trump's conduct was worse, but his conduct was still very close to the line. Here are the facts. Joe Biden, established by this report, Joe Biden retained sensitive classified documents after he left the vice presidency.
Marked classified? Or?
Yes, marked classified, highest level, top secret SCI. They related to our international affairs, to war plans, to foreign relations. He knew it. He knew it. He's on tape after he's out of the vice presidency saying to his autobiographer, the classified documents are in the basement. He knew it.
But he just denied that. That was a key part of the report. It's the second sentence in the report, and he just denied sharing that with the ghostwriter. And I just looked at this closely. They had recorded conversations between Biden and this ghostwriter.
Exactly. That is what blew my mind.
Blows my mind, too. I don't know how you avoid charge. I mean, you have no right to take those because you're not protected under the Presidential Records Act. You're not the president. You're the vice president. And then you have these recorded conversations from 2017, and yet we're going to not charge the guy at all, neither with destruction of evidence or obstruction of justice. I mean, I think we're so caught up in the mental state of Joe that Ellie Honig right there sounds like he's at the point where, like, they went right up to the line and you could argue either side.
Yep.
And he's a former prosecutor, by the way.
Yeah, I like Ellie. I don't always agree with him, but I feel like he's one of the most fair people on CNN when it comes to calling balls and strikes, which is what I'm about. Over on CNN, later, Jake Tapper was talking to Kate Bedingfield, who's a DNC hack, basically battling with her on the explanation of the poor memory and not knowing when he was vice president. This is cut, where are we? Cut 20, Phil, go.
Let's talk about that a little bit more, because this is a particularly bad week for this report and its comments about President Biden's faculties and his memory to come out, because twice this week he has acted as if he, in 2021, spoke to European leaders who have been dead for years. Once he confused Francois Mitterrand, who died in 1996, with Emmanuel Macron, who is still very much alive. And another time he was referring to Angela Merkel, until recently the Chancellor of Germany, and referred to Helmut Kohl, who I think died in 2017. So this memory issue is already out there.
But I want to know how many voters in Michigan, Wisconsin, you think know the difference between Kohl
they don't know, but they
Merkel,
know when
or
somebody...
are going to cast their vote. Well, you asked.
Sorry, okay.
Or are going to cast their vote for president based on whether someone is naming Emmanuel Macron or Francois Mitterrand, whose name they probably don't even know.
But it's not about that. It's about faculty and memory, and whether or not somebody they perceive is competent. You saw the poll in NBC News that had, like, Donald Trump as something like 48% perceive him to be competent, and like 32% perceived President Biden. I'm not saying that that's accurate, but that's the perception.
Well, right, and so they're going to look at how is he doing the job. They're going to look at what has he gotten done. They're going to listen to what he's got to say as he's traveling, as he's campaigning over the next 9 months. They're going to hear, as Jamie noted, they're going to hear Donald Trump out there saying, Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi, inverting their names. They're going to hear him saying all sorts of things that have, shall we say, a casual relationship with the truth. I mean, this is a campaign where you're going to have Donald Trump out spewing invective every day and talking about retribution. And people are going to make a decision about which person is going to be the best president for them and is going to do things that's going to make their lives better, not who can name Francois Mitterrand or Emmanuel Macron.
All right.
Oh my God! Like
Wow.
she's just clueless with this stuff.
Very clueless. I think the more appropriate way to frame it and position it is in these swing states like Michigan or Wisconsin or Georgia or Pennsylvania. Is this going to sway people that were still somewhat impressionable and can be manipulated a little bit to slide one way or the other? Maybe, but the ardent Biden supporter probably doesn't change their stance today, do they?
And again, it has nothing to do with him forgetting the name of these two leaders.
Right.
It's the pattern.
Yeah, it's the big picture.
Exactly. People are just like, well, people mix up names and right, 100%. But that is not what this is.
Yeah.
This is him talking about people that have been dead for 20 years. That's what's at him saying, "Where's Jackie?"
Yep. Yeah.
That's what's at issue here.
Next week he's going to say he had a conversation with Stalin.
I just think, in a way, I'm worried that we're all taking the bait because he comes out last night at 8 o'clock and then skews the narrative. So everybody's talking about how he's having senior moments and dementia at 8-something last night. And I think the more I look at this and I look at all the media, they all seem to get talking point memos about this. They are not even discussing that the special counsel completely let Biden off the hook for allegedly, mishandling these classified materials. He was a private citizen. This goes back decades. It's a 388-page report. Yep. Nobody's talking about it. He gets to walk away, cuts the deal. The physician comes out next week and says, long COVID, dementia, etc. So he and his son, his family, they get to go live their best life in Rehoboth, and the Democrats get their way. Look at the poll numbers. I just think this is too smooth. All the mainstream media, look at them, you guys. This morning, this is all they're talking about.
You think Gavin's probably doing some sit-ups in his basement and he's looking over at his wife and
well
saying,
put.
"Any moment now, babe. Any moment."
Well put.
Cold.
He's getting new gray kind of highlights and the perfect hair.
That's why he's been staying loose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look at you.
Yeah.
With teeth whitening strips. Make the teeth a little whiter.
Yep.
Wait a minute. What time is it? What time
It is 8:30 on the
Woohoo!
dot.
All right.
So here's what we're going to do.
Oh, no.
You're going to have to wait a few more minutes.
That's
going to be it for part one of the cut sheet. Part two, when we come back after the keyword.
Yeah, I have a ton of stuff.
Because Stalker's got the phone book to get through during the next 20 minutes. So we'll do all of that as we continue Kayal and Company. Don't forget our buddy Sean Farash coming up at 9 o'clock. Keyword is next. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Of all the vehicles that I have sampled, and I've done the trucks, I've done the cars, I've done this, the EVs, and I did the SUV 3 weeks ago. And I'm speaking specifically about the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. One of the coolest SUVs because it's got all of the gadgets and the bells and the whistles, but it's also rugged. You can take it off-roading, and it is perfect for the ever-expanding family. You need that third row of seating? Check out this vehicle. I'm telling you right now, it's a 7-mode drive system. It comes with all the safety that you could ask for, including Trail Watch, multi-view cameras, 18-inch alloyed wheels, so you're going to look like you are arriving in style, and technology like wireless Apple CarPlay. And you can check it out at any of their 5 Honda locations in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Check them out online right now at piazzaautogroup.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't forget the Disney keyword cruise contest coming up in 1 minute right after this live read from FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Super Bowl Sunday is 2 days away. And if you're like me, Super Bowl Sunday is all about scoring the best seats on the couch, grabbing your favorite football snacks, and placing some super bets. Like I said, I'm taking Kansas City plus 2.5. I'm taking Patrick Mahomes to be the Super Bowl MVP and Travis Kelce to score an anytime touchdown. FanDuel has so many ways for you to end the season with a W or 2 or 3. There's so many different things. You can bet on the coin toss, whatever you want to. I think you can bet on Taylor Swift showing up or not. New customers join today and you'll get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet or more wins. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over. President PA. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Our buddy Sean Farash coming up at 9 o'clock. Great Donald Trump impressions. His impersonations are always hilarious, and we've got a ton of material for him coming up in about 25 minutes. We will also continue on with the cut sheet in just a moment, but right now, it is time.
Woohoo!
All right, here we go. You guys know the drill. Every day around 8:30 or thereabouts, it's the Disney Cruise Line vacation keyword. So far, we have rattled off 6 different keywords. Today is day number 7 for your chance. Now, here, of course, here's the drill. You are going to take this keyword, 1210WPHT.com. You will enter the keyword on our website for your chance to win a magical 7-night voyage to the Caribbean, because the time to show your kids the world is now. Enter for a chance to win today. The key word is, and I've got to imagine that on Friday everybody is feeling this keyword.
Yeah, buddy.
Happy.
Yes.
Happy.
Happy day.
Happy, baby.
Spell it.
Happy. Happy. Take it to 1210WPHT.com. Best of luck, and we have, I believe, 9 more keywords.
9?
That is correct. Yes, 9. Through next 2 Thursdays from now, February 22nd.
Yeah, when you go to 1210WPHT.com, by the way, there's a giant chyron or whatever you call it that you can click on. It says Disney cruise trip.
Can't miss it.
And you can't miss it. So
even Joe Biden would find it.
Yeah, and just go all the way down, and there's a place where you enter your email in, and then they will send you a thing, and then you can enter the keyword in that. It's really, really simple.
There you go. As we continue now, I guess we're going to go a little earlier version of part two.
Yeah, I just have so much here, so we're going to try and get this all in the next couple of minutes here. Corinne Jean-Pierre.
Oh, boy, this ought to be good.
On Joe Biden referencing dead people. She says it's not uncommon.
You think she's going to use a sick day today?
I don't know, man.
Who's the backup that we've seen get trotted out a few times that's actually better than her?
She's way better than her. Yeah.
Might be the day for her to come out.
Cut 3, Phil. Go.
Then to Americans who have that concern and they see 3 times in just a couple days the president getting the name of a leader wrong and referencing somebody who is deceased.
So look, again, as you just stated in your question to me, I just laid out other leaders in their community or elected officials who have done the same. So it is not uncommon. Look, as it relates to what the American people feel or what the American people think, I want to be really careful because you did ask me that question in a context of the election, so I can't really speak to the election, any upcoming election, but I can say this.
The Hatch Act.
This is a president that has had a very successful 3 years. When you look at the economy, when you look at climate change, when you look at COVID, all the crises that he had to deal with when he walked into this administration, that was done by someone who has experience, understands relationship on the other side of Pennsylvania, understands what it means to bring 2 sides together, to get things done, understands where the people are and our Americans are and what they're feeling and how to deliver. And that's why you see an economy. All the data shows, and even experts, and some of you have written how the economy has come back. A lot of that is because of what this president has done. So look, his leadership, his experience, we believe, speaks for itself. And I think that's what is important. And I hope that the American people see that.
So the original question was about having conversations with dead people. I thought 2 days ago when Ducey asked the same question, didn't she say, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you, Peter?
Yes.
Yet she went down the rabbit hole with this reporter, but spun it back around to his entire body of work.
She also says that I have not seen Biden confuse names in meetings.
Oh. Okay, so it's only on display for the public.
This is cut 4, Phil, go.
When you're in meetings with the president, how often does he confuse names like we've seen him do?
I have not seen him do that in meetings I've been.
I would take it to the bank that Joe Biden behind closed doors has called Karine Kamala and Kamala Karine. I would wager every dollar I've owned every dollar that I have in my bank account right now, which is not much. And I'll tell you this thing too. Here's the other thing that really irks me about the way that she comes off is she, it's a combination of her being awful at her job, but this unwarranted arrogance to her. Like she is, I forget what the name of the female is that comes out from time to time, like the deputy assistant below KJP. But she has never impressed anybody. So, like, the way that she is, and I don't know if she had to be coached up to be a little bit more combative or to show a little more backbone, but you've got no skins on the wall, Karine. Like, you're not even in the same stratosphere as Jen Psaki. I'm not even going to bring up Trump's press secretaries. I'll just go with Joe's original. Psaki would dance circles around her.
Absolutely, she would.
I'm
sorry.
Psaki would run circles around most people, though. Yeah. I think she would. Remember, the joke was, is she running things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because
Remember that?
At the time, she seemed to be the most competent one in the administration.
855-839-1210. Let's grab a couple of calls here in the cut sheet. Let me get Lenny in here. He's been on hold for a while. Lenny, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. At first, Joe Biden, it seemed like Animal House. Remember when Bellucci said the Russians bombed Pearl Harbor?
The Germans.
And
Germans.
I kind of took it as an Animal House, sequel. But watching it last night when he was supposed to come on and defend himself, I actually, my jaw dropped. And even I went, Mexico, maybe I'm missing something. A gate? What the hell is he talking about? And then I finally got it. I think that's what's really disappointing is I now really feel sorry for the man. I just can't believe his family lets him go out there and do that. I think somebody really needs to pull the plug. It is really embarrassing.
I would agree, Larry. But the Democrats are hell bent on maintaining power, holding a seat. I mean, we saw Dianne Feinstein. We've seen John Fetterman. I mean, my God, they sent Fetterman out to debate Oz when he wasn't capable of stringing together a sentence. They don't care.
Going to cut 6 here. She had a prepared list with her in the binder because I guess she knew these questions were coming. So she read from a prepared list of instances where Republicans have confused names to defend Joe Biden. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
And also Sean Hannity himself has said Jason Chaffetz when he met Matt Gaetz. I mean, it happens. It really happens. Rick Scott even confuses saving Medicare money with cutting Medicare, pardon me. And so this happens. It happens to all of us, and it is common. But I do want to make sure we don't forget what the overall arching kind of theme, what he is trying to say about our leadership on the global stage.
Struggling there, right?
Can you imagine where your job is to be the communication for the most powerful job in the world?
Yep.
And you can't communicate?
It's remarkable.
It really is.
It really is remarkable. I mean, this is your classic worst case example, or maybe best case example of DEI hires gone wrong. She's not in that position because she's qualified to be in that position. She's in that position because she checked off 3 boxes, and it furthers the agenda of this administration.
Nancy Pelosi, this was yesterday. I think this was actually 2 days ago. She defended, before all the DOJ stuff came out, she defended Biden's diminishing mental capacity, claiming he has wisdom, knowledge, and judgment of age. Cut 5, Phil, go.
Actually, Joe Biden at his age is he has a big vision for our country. He brings the wisdom, the knowledge, the judgment of age, as well as experience. He knows how to get things done. He's a legislator, not a person to hold things up. And he has a big heart of empathy for the American people.
There you go.
Once again, spinning it like, Joe's just this, elder statesman. He's a kind, loving, big-hearted pop-up. You just want to sit on Pop-Pop's lap and hear the stories of yesteryear, right? Let Joe's fables wash over your brain.
Tucker Carlson last night, dropped the interview with Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, whatever you call him.
Yeah.
I have a couple. It's a little awkward.
It was
because
painful.
It's through an interpreter.
Yeah,
and
translations, and it's just
there's a lot of propaganda, I believe, being thrown out by Vladimir Putin. Maybe that was the case. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But we all know the story of this Wall Street Journal journalist who's being held captive there for being a spy, which he's not. Tucker, to his credit, asked Putin if he could release the journalist as a sign of decency, and this is what he said. Phil, go.
I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32. And he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
No.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что, мне кажется, мы исчерпали все линии.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Okay.
No.
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that if our partners take reciprocal steps.
Встречном движении со стороны наших.
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services.
Представители специальных служб.
Special services are in contact with one another,
Определенные условия, которые
but there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels.
партнерским каналам между спецслужбами.
I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own.
Let me ask you guys a question. That that answer was horrendous.
Mr. Carlson, I give you the journalist. You give me back the basketball player we gave you a year ago.
I haven't spoken about this because, look, should Tucker Carlson have gone over there and interviewed Vladimir Putin? 100 billion% yes.
Yeah, yep, 1,000%.
But it's also very disingenuous of him to say that other people haven't tried to interview other reporters haven't tried to interview Vladimir Putin, because I know a lot of them have, and I believe a lot of news networks, if they had the opportunity to, would.
So is Carlson claiming that, like, the MSNBCs and CNN have tried?
No,
have tried.
No, that they've never
taken the effort.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I wrong in saying that?
I mean, I don't hear the networks constantly saying we're trying to get an interview with him. I guess ultimately,
why wouldn't they want to, though? Why wouldn't they want to?
It's a great interview, and usually that's the 60 Minutes type people who get those, because it's expensive. I would love to know. I mean, Tucker Carlson and his team, he's spending his own money. He doesn't work for a network.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a great interview. It's a great get. I would imagine that if you ask CBS 60 Minutes, all the investigative units, to your point, Greg,
mm-hmm.
I have no doubt that they have all requested multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, why did Putin talk to him? Because Putin feels like he's not part of the machine, the media, the American propaganda machine.
Right. Sure, absolutely.
He's an outcast.
And
he is.
I agree with Tucker when he said we've only heard from, all of the networks have interviewed Zelensky a bajillion times.
He's at the White House more than Joe.
So I do agree with him on that. I fundamentally disagree with the fact that he said that no other journalist network or journalist has tried to interview Putin, because I can almost guarantee you that if any of them got the opportunity to, they would. But there's a reason he does. He did a docuseries with Oliver Stone.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason he does it with people like that.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I also love how Tucker Carlson basically tries to say, "Yeah, we'll take the journalist home with us." This guy's going to get released from Putin in the custody of Tucker Carlson.
One more on this. Putin claims that Biden is dragging out the Ukraine war to extort additional money from U.S. taxpayers. Go.
From the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat, we have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the U.S. leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid, please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior.
All right, there you go.
Well, I tell you, but between Putin's face with the smug look on his face and the arrogance in the delivery of the translator, well, what a charming individual Putin is.
I I mean, to anybody who sat through the 90 minutes of this, God bless him.
I saw one clip, and I think he probably said this probably before that clip we just played, basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, America should stay the hell out of Russia and Ukraine's conflicts because you guys have enough going on in your own nation with the border and the economy and things like that.
Yeah, look, Trump was right in the fact that we do need to keep even our enemies close, because you don't want World War III to break out. So talking with these guys, I think Dan Rather did an interview with Saddam Hussein. You know what I mean? Like, I have no problem with these guys interviewing bad guys.
Well, Bin Laden
dictators.
was interviewed years and years before 9/11.
Yeah. So I just, the whole, he's obviously in this for an agenda. So I don't think we got the truth out of Vladimir Putin.
Of course not.
You know what I mean? So
nobody's telling the truth on any front, right? America's going to have their slant and their reason why they're over there, and Russia's going to say this, and Zelensky's going to say that.
One more, and then we have to break. Putin confirms that U.S. presidents are being undercut by agency heads. Phil, go.
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who are elected, in your telling.
That's right. That's right.
There you go.
Geez, Joe Biden's not calling the shots. Did not know that one. I give you the journalist, you give me Griner. Remember that trade?
Yes.
The Russian arms dealer for the basketball player. That was a good trade. Maybe we can come up with something better a second time around. It would be pretty great, though, if Tucker Carlson gets back on a flight. He's got the guy from the Washington. Was it the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal? The guy that's being held.
Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he gets his release and that would be amazing.
Then he might run for president.
Yeah.
Because that would be a massive victory for him.
The whole problem with this, in my opinion, was it was just a giant. It's all clickbait. This whole thing is just clickbait.
Did you see the translator in Putin's ear?
Yeah.
It looked like the size of like a fist.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
But the headlines are Russia open to a prisoner swap. And so Tucker Carlson looks very good. I mean, that was appropriate to ask, can we take this journalist home?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
That was a great opening.
Absolutely. Where we said if Dennis Rodman could go over to North Korea and get people back, then he should. So why, if Tucker Carlson can get this guy released, why wouldn't we ask him to?
Rodman and Kim Jong-un are buddies.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable. All right, coming up next, our buddy Sean Farash will join us. Get ready for some laughs, courtesy of the 45th President of the United States. As we continue, Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour on a Friday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If your family's like me, when the cold weather comes in, that crock pot, it comes out. Oh, it's so good. The problem is, I just don't have any time to go to the store, spend a ton of money on all the ingredients and a lot of time, come home, spend more time to prep everything for the next day or days. This is where whatacrock.com comes in. It's a lifesaver. Their delicious, ready-made meals truly make dinner so easy. All I do, I put a meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. When I come home, dinner is simmering. It's good to go. And unlike most meal kit companies, there is zero subscription, zero prep time of all the ingredients required. This is literally as simple as just dropping that meal into your slow cooker and dinner is handled, which is what I love. Whatacrock.com, huge menu of meals to try from the classics. And we had this week and it saved me. Old-fashioned pot roast. I mean, huge chunks of delicious medium rare beef, those wedges of potatoes and carrots. I mean, everything chopped up, just like my mom used to make it. Delicious pot roast. But there's also the chicken Alfredo. The new favorites, like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs. That's what we're going to have this evening. David's favorite, my son David, or the lobster ravioli. So good. Just use promo code WPHT at checkout. You get $10 off. Whatacrock.com, code WPHT, $10 off. Whatacrock.com, Do this. It's delicious. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Stay warm this month with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Jack Daniel's is America's oldest registered distillery and aged in handcrafted, toasted, and charred new American white oak barrels. Stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits location to pick up Jack Daniel's Black Label, Tennessee Honey, Tennessee Fire, and Tennessee Apple 750 milliliters. On sale all month. And please drink responsibly. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020 Jack Daniel's, all rights reserved.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. To this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5 GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your oral health can have an impact on your heart health. That's where my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist comes in, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Group in East Norriton, talks about it a lot because studies have shown the bacteria in your mouth from gum disease and gingivitis can have a negative effect on your heart. Visit Dr. Bentz today to get on the path to good oral health. He delivers state-of-the-art care for his patients. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call for your appointment, 610-272-6949.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's Financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Register for our next event at Spring Mill Manor on March 19th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in, fourth and final hour, Friday. Kayal and Company. We're brought to you this segment by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. Renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Centers is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or online, TommyD's.com. Without further ado, it's been a whirlwind week, so we are always grateful for a few minutes of the 45th President of the United States time, Mr. Donald J. Trump, back with us on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, how are you this morning, sir?
Well, we're doing a lot better than crooked Joe Biden. He had a disastrous press conference yesterday. You saw that. It looks like whatever they used to give him, they're not giving him anymore to wake him up and make him coherent. You know, he looked like the same old Roomba that we always talk about. He's just rolling around, bouncing off the walls, getting countries confused. You know, you look at Egypt and Mexico, and both of these countries have pyramids. I built both of these sets of pyramids with my own two hands. You have the Mayans, who I got along very well with, and you have the Egyptians, who I got along very well with, too. You look at Moses, you look at the Pharaoh. These are great people. And I built the pyramids and the Sphinx, too. It's a beautiful cat. I love that. But I did very well. I never got them confused, but he's getting them confused. And quite frankly, it's a disgrace.
So he's confused about who he is, where he is, when he was in office, when his son died. I'm confused on how they arrived, and we're talking about the special counsel and Robert Hur, arrived at no charges on his classified documents case when he did not have the ability to take them with him. He admitted to having them. He's not protected under the Presidential Records Act. Your thoughts yesterday, because you're dealing with something very similar with Mar-a-Lago.
Well, my case should be dropped immediately. We have this thing, it's called the Presidential Records Act. In my case, it's called the Greatest President's Records Act. And you look at what happened, Robert Hur, the special counsel, Hur, that's not his pronouns, but perhaps it could be when you look at it. He says no charges. He says no charges, but he also says that Crooked Joe is losing his mind. And so I believe that Robert Hur is correct. It's fantastic that he thinks that Crooked Joe is losing his faculties. You saw what happened in front of the Pope. We've said it many times. He lost his faculties there, too.
He did.
And you see, now they say no charges. My case should be dropped immediately. I had the right to have the documents. He didn't. And my crackhead son, Don Jr., he's not actually a crackhead, but Crooked Joe's son is a crackhead, had access to the documents and the information. And it said that Crooked Joe disclosed the classified information. You look at what they say I did. They say there were secrets. The only thing that was secret was the McDonald's secret menu. I do very well with them. And, they said that I was disclosing things. I disclosed nothing. I did a tremendous job with the documents, and Crooked Joe is a disgrace and a loser, and he did a horrible job.
Mr. President, it appears yesterday that you had a good showing in front of the Supreme Court of the United States. Many of these justices, if not all of them, highly skeptical of the case that Mr. Murray in Colorado tried to put forward to remove you from the ballot. So this was kind of like a double whammy yesterday. You had a lot of negative stuff for Joe and a good day for you amongst the highest court in the land.
Colorado ought to be ashamed of themselves. You know, they call them the Mile High State. That's because they are always in a state of being a mile high. I can tell you that. They bring this case. And it's a terrible case, what they brought in front of the Supreme Court. But you look at it and you see they're not going to rule in Colorado's favor. Not only am I going to be on the ballot, they're going to put my name in 24-karat gold on the ballot so nobody can miss it. It's going to be incredible. And we had a tremendous day in front of the Supreme Court, and I believe the best is yet to come.
Donald Trump joining us here on Kayal and Company on this Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So Joe had a very bad week, and Nikki Haley had a very bad week. Congrats on your victory over Nikki in Nevada, both Tuesday and Thursday. I don't know what's worse, Mr. Trump, the fact that she lost to none of the above, or the fact that she is going to get steamrolled in about 2 weeks in South Carolina, but you scooped up some more delegates last night in the state of Nevada.
I do very well in Nevada. They call it Sin City. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but Nikki's going to take that loss everywhere. You know, you lost to none of the above. How do you do that? That should be very hard to do, but she did it very well. She lost to none of the above. 28,315 people. left their homes in Nevada to vote for nobody. How do you do that? And they voted against Bird Brain, who's also a nobody. So there's a lot of, about 65% of the vote went to nobody. It's incredible. You had other people on the ballot too, other women like Mike Pence. It was incredible, and they still couldn't win. So it's terrible what happened, but it's beautiful what happened with us. We won 2 times. I never thought we were going to win 2 times. We won twice. Nobody's ever won the same primary twice except me. We're setting records everywhere. Our popularity is going up like a rocket ship, and we're in tremendous shape, believe me.
You made a great quote earlier this week. No bill is better than a bad bill, and you said that about the border deal. Your thoughts right now on the job that Mike Johnson is doing, and who is in charge right now? Is it Mike Johnson or is it yourself, Mr. Trump?
Well, I'm always in charge. You know that. I'm the greatest executive, the greatest boss, the greatest CEO, the greatest president, the most incredible leader. I'm also in charge of a lot of other things. It's tremendous. But I think MAGA Mike, he's doing what he can, but they're not going to vote on this disgraceful bill. Crooked Joe has the ability to close the border. Now he says the open border is my fault after telling us that the border wasn't open for a long time. Now it's open and it's my fault. I love the way that works. But we can't trust anything out of his mouth when he doesn't know what country is down below us. He thinks it's Egypt. It's incredible. But you see that he could close the border with a stroke of his pen, and he's deciding not to do it because he wants all the bad hombres to come over and vote for Joe. But it's not going to happen. Even they know this guy's a mess. He's a disaster, and they're not going to do it. I think he's a disgrace, but we don't want this terrible bill to pass. It's dead in the Senate. It's dead. It's gone. They're not going to pass it. It's never going to reach the House. And if it did, Mike Johnson, I believe, would have done the right thing. He said DOA, dead on arrival.
Yes, indeed. You know, Mr. President, speaking of the border, how is it that 4 Republicans can't vote nay in the impeachment of Mayorkas? I thought that was a tragedy this past week, led by nobody else other than, of course, Ken Buck in Colorado and Mr. McClintock in California. What does that say about those 4 that voted nay?
Well, you have 3 people who voted no, and these are bad people. And then you have 1 person who voted no, and he's a good person. Let me explain this. So you have McClintock, Gallagher, and Buck. They voted no because they're disgraceful people. Then you have Blake Moore. He's a tremendous guy. He voted yes, then he voted no. And the reason he did that is to get the motion to reconsider. If it's a tie, it goes nowhere. But if it's not a tie, you could reconsider. We're going to get the highly respected Steve Scalise back very soon. He's going to be able to vote yes, and they're going to impeach this guy. I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to impeach him. But they didn't have the votes, and that's because the Republican-led House, in all of their infinite wisdom, got rid of Revolutionary War hero George Santos. They should have kept him just for his vote. You know, he fought hard. He fought hard in the Battle of Saratoga. He did very well in Valley Forge. George Santos, tremendous guy. Nobody knows about him, but we know that he votes tremendously, and we could have used him to impeach Mayorkas, but we're shooting ourselves in the foot like Plaxico Burress, I can tell you. It really is terrible.
Wow, what a reference, Mr. President.
You see that? Yeah, you see that. I pay attention. I pay attention to a lot of things. I know a lot. But we will hopefully be impeaching Mayorkas soon.
Mr. President, earlier this morning, about 25, 30 minutes ago, we were having a little bit of a conversation about the big interview last night between Tucker Carlson and Mr. Putin. Why is mainstream media so bothered by the fact that Tucker Carlson went over to Russia to interview Putin? And I would assume that you have a few takeaways, considering you have relationships with both of these individuals that were interviewed and interviewing last night.
Well, I get along very well with Tucker. He's a great guy, too. He's got good hair. But I've always got along very well with Putin. I've got along very well. It's called peace through strength. And the mainstream media, the fake news, I call them the fake news, okay? And you're in Philly. You know what else is in Philly? The headquarters of Comcast, not Comcast, C-O-N-cast, because it's a con job, terrible cable company. But you look at this, you see this, and you look at, they don't want us to have a good relationship with Russia. They don't want us to have a good relationship with Putin, even though it could help us. And I got along well with Putin. You know, Putin told me he was going into Ukraine, and I told him, you're not going to do that. You're going to march back to Russia. You're going to go and you're going to play with your nesting dolls, okay? You open the big one. The first one looks like Rosie. You open them up until it looks like little the sanctimonious tiny guy. And you put them back in, and that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. So I got along well with Putin. They don't want us to get along well with Putin, but I got along well, and Tucker got along well with him, too. I thought the interview was tremendous.
Donald Trump joining us here, a few closing moments with the 45th President of the United States. Super Bowl coming up. I know this week on Truth Social, you endorsed Bud Light as a non-woke company. You're certainly friends with Dana White, who's going to be in the newest ad for Bud Light. Has Bud Light ever approached you as far as reestablishing their brand after that disaster with Dylan Mulvaney?
Well, I'm not into alcohol, and Dylan Mulvaney is a whack job. Let me just tell you that, a whack job. Completely crazy, and they made a huge mistake. But you're looking at them, they're trying to, they call it make amends, so they're dealing with Dana White. I wouldn't do an ad for them. I don't drink the beer, but maybe perhaps my son does. He might want to talk to Bud Light. I never heard about them. I never talked to them. I just think it's time to move along. It's time to move along, and let's see what happens. But you're watching it. You're watching Bud Light trying to come back and say, I'm sorry. And sometimes people deserve a second chance.
I would agree. Final one for you, Mr. President. For the second straight year, Joe Biden has turned down a Super Bowl interview. It was going to be with Norah O'Donnell of CBS. I know you were probably chomping at the bit to jump in there, and Sean McManus, the head of CBS Sports, says, well, no, we're not going to do that because, well, we don't want to get too political, which I have no idea what that means. You're going to have the current president, but you don't want the former president. I'm assuming politics are on the table. Any thoughts on doing any sort of counter programming? You're certainly well known for that. Any plans lined up for Sunday, maybe to get a message out on your behalf?
Well, we may want to do it, or we might just put angry truths up on Truth Social every time they show Taylor. You know, Taylor's a terrible person.
Oh, geez.
And I heard that she sold her plane. You know, she sold the plane because they were stalking her.
Yeah.
And everyone said, how's she going to get around? She's got a beautiful broomstick. That witch can follow wherever the hell she wants. And she has no problem. The only thing is it's a little cold up there when you're exposed to the elements. She doesn't love that. But she can get back and forth. She's the Wicked Witch of the West, I can tell you that. And she'll have no problems. But maybe counter-programming, maybe not. We'll see what happens.
Final one, Mr. President. Obviously, the big game on Sunday night, Chiefs and the 49ers. Do you have a prediction on how this game will play out?
I think we're going to see San Francisco. You know, I think they're going to win. I think they're going to win. Brock Purdy, they call him Mr. Irrelevant until I taught him how to throw a football. Now he's very relevant. He's tremendous. They've got Bosa. He's a MAGA guy. We love Bosa. He's tremendous. He's a great guy, too. Christian McCaffrey, he does a wonderful job. I think we're going to see San Francisco. It's a rematch. You know, the first time they didn't win. This time I think they're going to win. But I have a lot of respect for Andy Reid. He's got a beautiful mustache, and I think he's a tremendous guy. But I think San Francisco is going to pull it out, and I hope they do. I hope they win. And I hope Taylor and Travis are very upset about it, believe me.
There he is, Mr. President Donald J. Trump. Obviously, the great Sean Farash is with us. He'll be hosting Kayal and Company coming up next Monday, February 19th on President's Day. So great stuff as always, Sean. I do want to get your thoughts, though, out of character from what transpired yesterday. What do you think played out in the evening hours? Do you think Joe just let his ego get in the way and he went out there to try to squash the narratives and headlines out there that he's out of it? Or do you think the Democrats are very diabolical and maybe they wanted him out there as a further way to, look for their replacement sooner rather than later?
Yeah, so I put a video up about this on X, and it's doing pretty well, actually. I didn't expect it, as I kind of just came on and ranted for about a minute and 20 seconds or so. But I've said it on your show before a million times that I thought the Democrats were going to use the same play on Biden that they used on Andrew Cuomo. They're going to hang him out to dry. There's going to be pressure that builds to get him to step down or force him out, and then they're going to replace Biden with somebody new. Now, I don't think that somebody new is Michelle Obama, especially after what James O'Keefe released last week, which is a person that said that they approached Michelle about running, and she emphatically said no. I've always believed it was going to be Gavin Newsom. He's always been running that shadow campaign. He debated Ron DeSantis. He's been, he's just been acting like he's running a campaign just in case Biden is replaceable, or they choose to replace him. And I see a lot of people calling for the 25th Amendment. Why are you calling for the 25th Amendment after last night? He's been crazy since he talked about his hairy legs on the campaign trail. We've made it seriously. Like this is really bothering me. I see a lot of Republicans. We must use the 25th. So let me just get this straight. You have a political opponent running as an incumbent who is politically wounded, like mortally politically wounded and cognitively impaired, and you don't want to run against him.
Yeah.
Like for some reason, I just think the instinct here, everyone's so quick to jump to, we have to use the 25th. Now, I agree. He's nuts. He's unfit to be president, but he's always been unfit to be president. He was unfit to be president on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday of last week. He was unfit to be president yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon, and he's still unfit to be president now. But the point is, you want to run against this guy.
Right.
This is the equivalent of having somebody in the ring, you're boxing, whatever, and you have two broken arms and a broken leg. I mean, it's incredible. I think I said that actually, and it's, you want to run against this guy. You want to compete against this guy because he can't compete back. That's the election has been handed to you on a silver platter, and I don't want people to take the bait and fall for the same play that the Democrats used to pull Andrew Cuomo and drop Kathy Hochul into the race, because that's exactly what they've been trying to do, and we've been talking about that on your show for months.
Yep. No, it's a great analogy with the boxing. I was thinking with sports, like as an Eagles fan, you don't want the Cowboys to fire Mike McCarthy. As an Eagle fan, you know the Cowboys stink with Mike McCarthy. Let him keep employing Mike McCarthy. Don't give them the easy out to find possibly a more competent replacement. So I totally agree with that. I wanted to get your thoughts on SCOTUS yesterday, including Ketanji Brown Jackson and also Sotomayor saying that Trump's due process rights have been violated in this Colorado ballot case. It looks like this is going to be 8-1 or a clean sweep of 9-0. What was some of your takeaways yesterday? Because it seems like Kavanaugh certainly carved up a few of those unimpressive attorneys on behalf of Colorado.
Oh, he slapped that Murray, I think is the name. He slapped him around.
Yeah.
But the best part is watching Ketanji Brown Jackson, still not a biologist. The best part is, and watching some of these left-leaning judges come out and say that Donald Trump's due process rights have been violated. That's been the obvious case the entire time. There is a way to enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. There's a law that was passed in the 1940s, 18 U.S. Code Section 2383. It's called, but this is like, you're never going to believe it, the Insurrection and Rebellion Act.
Oh.
Like it's literally called, right? And what basically the reason why that law is there is so that if somebody does commit insurrection or rebellion against the United States, you can charge them under that law, and then you can enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Donald Trump has only been charged with insurrection one time, and it was not in a criminal court. It was in impeachment. He was acquitted of that charge. Even the case going forth, it was supposed to be March 4th, but now it's been delayed, obviously, that Jack Smith is bringing against Trump. He's not charged with 18 U.S. Code Section 2383. He's charged with DOJ 1512, which is obstruction of an official proceeding, which the Supreme Court is also going to look at because it has nothing to do with protests that get out of control. It came from the Enron case, has to do with destruction of evidence and witness tampering. If anybody is guilty of obstruction of an official proceeding, it's the January 6th committee who actually deleted evidence and tampered with witnesses and tampered with this narrative and did it all for TV. You see what PBS is doing. So the Supreme Court is recognizing that Donald Trump has never been charged, not only charged, never been convicted of rebellion or insurrection. So you cannot remove him from the ballot for committing something that he's never been charged with. And I'm happy that a lot of the Supreme Court is realizing that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're just looking at the rule of law, the facts, and leaving the politics at the door, which I think is incredibly refreshing, especially, as you mentioned, with left-leaning liberal justices that are basically like, yeah, I don't know, Mr. Murray, we're trying to figure out what your case is here, and there's no charge of insurrection. So, yeah, Kavanaugh definitely took it to Jason Murray yesterday. Hey, dude, great stuff as always, man. We're up against it. Great impression, great analysis, obviously, as well. And we're looking forward to having you in 10 days from now, coming up on Monday, February 19th.
Super stoked to be here again. Grateful for the opportunity. Thanks for having me on, and I can't wait for the 19th too. President's Day. It's going to be here.
There he is, the very good Sean Farash joining us here.
We should call on him next week too.
Yeah,
he's the best, man.
Yeah, he's the best.
So good.
By the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like and subscribe button. Right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
All right, it is now time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Damn it, Norman, how many times I got to tell you when you drive my car, don't adjust my seat?
I haven't touched your seat.
Then why is it up so damn far?
It looks like it's back as far as it goes, Miss Fuchsia.
No, you moved it, I can tell, because look, when I inhale, my make the horn honk, listen. You see that? That ain't right.
I hear it.
That scientifically proved that you was adjusting my seat.
That's not science.
It is, and just let it go.
It's not science.
I said let it go.
I'm just taking
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Final pair of tickets to Bucks County Paracon, the first annual paranormal conference on March 9th at Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more information, visit bucks.edu/tickets. Caller number 12, 855-839-1210. You will get the final pair of tickets to Bucks County Paracon. We'll come back, get our winner. We also have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 3, and also the greatest radio story I think I have ever read. Wait till you hear what happened to a radio station in Alabama. Hilarious story. I don't know how this is possible, but we'll give you the details when we come back. And speaking of details, and speaking of making a comeback, you want to make a comeback right now? I got your solution. It's Blue Chew, baby. That's right. Fellas, maybe you have reached that point in your life where you need to spice things up in your current relationship, or you're beginning a new one, and you need that special enhancer. It's Blue Chew's Chewables. Blue Chew's tablets. They are a performance enhancement for the bedroom that'll have you knocking it out of the park, and it's going to help you gain that extra confidence come game time that maybe you've lost over the years. And it has the same active ingredient as Levitra, but it's at a more cost-friendly price. And they've got licensed medical professionals that are going to work with you right from the jump. They're going to find the right ingredient, the right strength tailored to your prescription. And if swallowing pills is not for you, no problem. Their tablets are chewable. And how about this special offer for Kayal Company listeners? Try Blue Chew for free. All you have to do is go to BlueChew.com, enter the promo code 1210, and just pay the $5 shipping fee, and boom, it's yours. Discreet delivery, no in-person conversations, and that special someone will thank you for bringing back your prime. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, made in the USA.
Do you want to taste what America has to offer without leaving your own backyard? Then come to Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, where they feature Americana comfort food served in a warm and inviting bar and dining room. What are you doing for the big game on Sunday? Check out Liberty Union with a free halftime wing and pasta buffet, or come for Valentine's Day with a 3-course meal for $99 a couple. Liberty Union Bar and Grill in Chester Springs and Kimberton, home of the free tater tots. Visit LibertyUnionBar.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed, and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
Upgrade your laundry for less during the President's Day Mega Sale at National Appliance Warehouse. With smart features and inspiring designs, GE appliances take the stress out of laundry. Save up to 36% on select washers and dryers from GE Appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Valentine's Day is almost upon us. And guys, it's crunch time. If you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. They've got an amazing selection of gifts at every price point, so you're guaranteed to walk out with something that will make you look like an all-star this year. Visit their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, and tell them I sent you. They'll take great care of you. Or you can always shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I met you in some
9:31 Friday morning, Kayal Company. This segment brought to you by Turn 7 Liquidations. Overstock emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls, and they have to do it immediately. No games, all name brand merchandise from the biggest online retailers. Sacrificed up to 90% off. Turn 7, hurry. Turn 7 Liquidations. All right, let's give away our final pair of tickets to Paracon coming up in March in Bucks County. We have Marie, who is with us here this morning from Huntington Valley. Marie, good morning. How are you?
Hi there. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you as well. What movie clip did we just play for you?
Oh, that's Norbert.
That is correct. Nice job. You've got the tickets to Paracon.
Okay, great. Looking forward to it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for listening and playing. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great weekend.
You too. There she is, Marie from Huntington Valley.
Nice.
Final pair of tickets. All right. This is final story of the week. I've never seen anything like this. This might be like in the weeds with radio, but I would assume most listeners know that radio stations, to have their signal be picked up throughout a city or a town or a region or an entire state, they have a big old tower. Big transmitter.
The transmitter tower.
The big old antenna that goes 200 feet up into the air. I'm just going to guess that it's very, very heavy.
It's like a giant stick, right? On a big stick that transmits.
Yeah. It's bigger than your normal stick, right? So in Alabama, somebody actually decided to steal a 200-foot radio tower.
What?
Without a trace. This is unbelievable. This probably could only happen in the great state of Alabama. A radio station is on standby after thieves somehow stole a 200-foot radio tower in Alabama. And no one is sure how these ambitious bandits made off with a heavy steel structure. WJLX is the station in Alabama.
WJLX.
Yes, as Greg Stocker would say.
In and out of every break, we need to jingle and hit the time.
Yes. So it's 8:33 Century.
Why did I say that again? I don't remember saying that, but
you were talking about bringing back the jingles for 12:10.
Oh, okay.
And I guess Bruno, remember Bruno was talking about him?
I remember now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the station general manager, Brett Elmore, told WBRC Television, "I've tried all weekend to figure it out, and I just can't. I've been in the radio business all my life and around it professionally for over 26 years, and I can say I've never heard of anything like this. I can say I've seen it all now." Elmore learned of the theft on Friday when a landscaping crew went to the rural tower site where they have this 200-foot tower to maintain the property, but there wasn't much left to maintain. When he arrived, he called me on Friday and said, "The tower is gone." The station manager explained. He said, "What do you mean the tower's gone?" He says, "I can assure you I am at the right place. The tower is gone." Imagine if Stocker got a phone call at like 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning and one of the bosses were like, "Hey, somebody stole the tower."
Holy crap!
Did they have high winds or something? Did it
That's
blow
my-
away?
Yeah, that's my first. Well, blow. I don't know if it could blow away. It could.
This
blow.
thing's got to weigh tons, right?
But like I don't know, like a tornado or something?
Nobody, and there's no surveillance, and it's in Alabama, and I'm assuming it's in the middle of nowhere, Alabama. This does not say it was in like Birmingham or a modern day city, so it's probably out in the rural section of Alabama, and they have no idea where the tower went.
That's amazing. What an amazing story that is.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Oh, there you go. So
I love it.
We'll see how this. I wonder where it's going to turn up. Like, what are they going to find it like floating down the river like a barge?
I'm sure somebody. Those things are huge.
Yeah. How has it not already turned up?
Yeah.
I mean, I've lived through some radio wars in my days, but this takes it to another stretch. If this is another competitor that did this,
but no. Well, maybe it's the Chinese. Like with a big magnet.
I see.
Yeah.
It. I see.
Like instead of a balloon, it's like a magnet balloon. And
trying to take away our
trying to take our ability
radio
to
spy
communicate.
balloons. There you go.
You know, I will say, as this radio station gets more popular and this show gets more popular, and all the other shows on this radio station get more popular, somebody's gonna try that on 1210. I'm telling you.
You think so?
Somebody's gonna try and steal it.
Yeah.
They've been trying to shut us up for years. So
hey, we're on the app. We're on the app only today, boys. Somebody sold the tower. Download that Odyssey app and hit follow if you haven't done so already.
yeah, we couldn't even be on the app if if the tower goes down.
If the
I hate
tower
to
went
tell
down, we
you.
couldn't be on the
Nope.
app only?
Nope.
Really?
Yep.
I would have thought for sure that it was a separate
no
technology feed or something. All right. 9:36. Let's get to Greg Stocker's What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
3, 4, whatever it is.
Part 12.
The Cut Sheet!
I do. I'm sorry, there's just so much today. I wanted to get to this, and any other day I would have led with this, but there's just so much. So, Sunny Hostin, from The View.
Yeah.
She was on one of those Ancestry things, and she realized that her family origins were from Spain, and that they were slaveholders.
Oh.
So miss reparations.
Yes.
Actually, was originally from Spain, and they were slaveholders.
Oh, boy.
So first we're going to play the clip of her realizing that, and then we're going to play her discussing it on The View. This is a PBS show, I believe, called Finding Your Roots.
Mm-hmm.
This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Oh, I'm a little bit in shock. I just always thought of myself as Puerto Rican, half Puerto Rican. I didn't think I was. My family was originally from Spain and slaveholders.
Yeah. So how are you feeling, my friend?
I think it's actually pretty interesting that my husband and I have shared roots.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that. And I think it's great for our children to know this information. I guess it's a fact of life that this is how some people made their living, on the backs of others.
Yeah, and your ancestors. Look, first of all of this is nonsense.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be held responsible for anything like this. But she's the first one to, you know what I mean? So yeah, hold her responsible.
Yes, indeed. And then you have the second clip when she's on The View explaining it.
So she says, according to The View here, hang on one second. This is not updating properly. Sorry about this, guys.
That's all right. Well, I tell you, this is what happens when you go down to the identity politics well all the time. And then all of a sudden you get some research and you find out,
going with cut 11 here, she says, on doing the genealogy test, the family business was enslavers, and it was deeply disappointing to learn the truth, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't deserve reparations. Cut 11, Phil, go.
So Sonny, how does this change you, though? You mentioned your mom was upset and this was shocking, and maybe deep down you kind of resisted it. How has this changed you, knowing what you're hearing now?
I think at first I was deeply disappointed.
The slave thing is a bummer.
It's a bummer.
And I can't control it.
I still believe, I still believe in reparations, by the way, so y'all can stop texting me and emailing me and saying that I'm a white girl and that I don't deserve reparations. I still believe that.
Someone did that to you?
Yeah.
I don't know who sent her a thing telling her she was a white girl.
Okay, it's too much, people.
But clean off your television screen.
Yeah, that's a lot. So I still believe in reparations. I still believe this country has a lot to do in terms of racial justice. But what I will say, Sarah, to your question is that I feel that I'm enriched by knowing that history.
Yeah.
I'm enriched, and I'm enriched by knowing that my family has come so far from being enslavers to my mother marrying my father in 1968.
Well, yeah.
So if I'm this is an unbelievable story. If I'm tracking her family lineage, then so she's part black, she's part Puerto Rican, and she's part Spanish. Is that what she's claiming after this? What do they call them? Genealogy websites?
I don't even know if she's part Puerto Rican.
Okay, I was going to say she's like Joe. She's a little of this, she's a little of that. Joe likes to say he's from every community.
So apparently she's Spain, I think, is considered white European.
Oh,
okay.
So
white European.
That's very different from being Puerto Rican.
Very different from being Puerto Rican.
So,
well, white.
She's lived such a nice life. She's still entitled to reparations.
No, and have you seen
55 years old?
They did a big expose on one of her mansions. I mean, she's a beautiful lady. She has a beautiful family, gorgeous, huge mansions, rich as like 10,000 square feet.
Is that what she has?
Oh my gosh, yeah,
well,
gorgeous.
Yeah, I guess she's obviously making seven figures.
You think the ladies on the View makes it? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
My God.
Oh yeah, and she's also an attorney. No, she's. I mean, her kid. Didn't we say her son is going to Harvard right
Yeah.
now? But
Yeah.
no, she has a beautiful life, and to sit there and say, "Oh, I deserve." That's what irks me. This is a class issue, and to say I deserve reparation. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Can I get this in real fast? You know, yesterday we did the comparison of planes.
Yeah.
Where planes in the 1950s and 60s, everybody was dressed up. They were sitting there politely, crocheting or eating 4-course meals, acting like civilized human beings. And then you fast forward to 2024, and there's brawls happening. There's people
savage
urinating in the in the aisles. It's like the bus terminal now. So I would like to start a new thing called "Things Were Better Back Then."
Okay,
and we're gonna give examples. So today's example.
Wait, things worked better. What did you say?
Things were better back
Were
then.
better. I thought you said
Another
worked
segment
better.
for Kayal and Company. Things were better back then. So let's start.
Sponsored by Blue Chew. Things worked better back then.
Let's start with today we're going to do McDonald's.
Okay.
McDonald's. So we're going to start with an ad. Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this. Nick can describe it as it's happening, though. But we're going to do a little compare and contrast. This is a McDonald's ad from 1971. Are you ready for this, Nick Kayal?
Let's do it.
Go.
At McDonald's, you can get all this. 2 hamburgers, an order of world-famous French fries, and something you haven't seen for a while.
Look at that bag.
Change back from your dollar.
Wow.
Wow. Never seen this before.
Look at that.
Oh, there's the arches.
Everybody just hanging out.
He got a burger, fries, and a soda. He gave $1 and got change back.
Should we take you to McDonald's 2024?
Yeah, 53 years later, let's see what we have.
Now I believe these are McDonald's employees who are yes, let's go to McDonald's 2024, shall we? Things were better back then. This is McDonald's 2024. People brawling. I guess we can't play the video.
Oh, is the video not working?
No, I guess the video's not working.
Let me guess, another food fight?
It was a giant brawl.
Now, was this through the drive-through window? Or
No,
was this
it was two employees.
in the
It was two
restaurant?
employees brawling. I guess we don't have the video.
Okay. Well, I mean, you saw that guy in 1971. I think he was wearing a suit. He was very appreciative, very mild-mannered. He got his bad food while still looking physically fit. And he walks out, and you see the golden arches. And nowadays, we're just going to throw milkshakes and blizzards, huh?
Yeah, no video. Sorry about that.
Sin.
Sorry about that.
It is.
All right, we should break.
All right, that'll do it for round number 12 of What's on the Cut Sheet. Coming up next, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter today, and, of course, today in music history. Also, we have to make our predictions for the Super Bowl.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, we'll do that on the other side.
We'll do that on the other side. Kayal and Company back after this.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding for years now. They've done such beautiful work in my home, especially that wall of beautiful patio doors when you walk in the foyer. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, yeah, I trust only the Chapman team. And especially when you think of siding or stucco remediation, seriously, I would trust nobody else with this investment in your home. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing that stucco, I want you to think Chapman and think about improving that curb appeal with a little help from beautiful James Hardy plank or vinyl siding. Gorgeous. It's really going to add value to your home and pop with that curb appeal. So get ahead of things for this year. Plan your next siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on the job. If you are somebody you know, maybe they're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, stucco remediation, all of it, call or text. They're local, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass near side. Caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With a comeback for the ages, the 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are this Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Come on, honey, let's go. We're going to be late for the game.
I can't find the keys. I swear I left them here on the counter.
I told you at least 10 times. Get a spare from a Causland Lock Service. You don't have to make an appointment.
I know, and they're located right off of 95. I'll have to call them.
Don't put yourself in the doghouse or miss a good time because you can't find your keys. Call McCausland Lock Service today and get a quote for your vehicle. 610-430-1500. That's 610-430-1500.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike and Newtown Square and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com.
Download the free Upside app and earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
9:51. It is Kayal and Company here on a Friday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg putting a bow on a Friday show. We will find out what happened in music history today, as well as who on Twitter today, and make a Super Bowl 58 prediction as well. But first, we find out what Dawn has lined up just 8.5 minutes from now.
Yes, and we are sponsored this morning by Turn 7 Liquidation. So I'll give you the very latest, and actually upcoming we'll talk to a biggity-big attorney about the latest ruling on libertarian columnists vowing to appeal. This case could go to the Supreme Court of the United States after a jury awarded $1 million to a former UPenn professor. This is a climatologist suing two of these libertarian columnists who say this was a parody, that they're giving opinion, an op-ed. We've talked a lot about one of them, a contributor to National Review. And so is this a strategy to go after conservatives or libertarians who want to give opinion? And is talk radio next as we give opinions?
Okay.
And big takes and that sort of thing. So we'll talk to an attorney upcoming about that. In the 11 a.m. hour, we'll talk to Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. But we are sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidation, Overstock Emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games, all name brand merch from the biggest online retailers, sacrificed up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Hurry, Turn 7 Liquidations.
All right, looking forward to that. The Dawn Show in 7 minutes' time, as right now it is time for one last Today in Music History of the Week.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Friday, February 9th, we celebrate the birthdays of Carole King and Rachel Ballot of Skid Row. Yeah. We also lost the lead singer of Sweet, Brian Connolly, on this day in 97, and Bill Haley of Bill Haley and the Comets in 81. Notable albums include Midnight Oil's Blue Sky Mining from 90, Morrison Hotel by the Doors in 70, and Mick Jagger's Wandering Spirit from 93. It's also the day the Beatles were on the Ed Sullivan Show for the very first time. Wow. And lastly, Mr. Big is at the Keswick tonight. I'm looking forward to that. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice work,
Mr.
Philip.
Big.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a name that's a band I haven't thought about in 30 years.
And how about Mick Jagger's Wandering Spirit from 1993?
Terrible album.
Joe Biden actually had a conversation with a Wandering Spirit a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
All right, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today, shall we?
Who won Twitter?
In exile in Jersey, my buddy Greg wins Twitter. He says, if anyone thinks this is a new development with Biden, they're clueless. The worst part is that his family has allowed him to be used for profit over a dozen shell companies. There's a lot of love in that Biden clan.
Okay.
Saying sarcastically, right?
Yeah, I agree. Nice work out of him. All right, as we wrap it up today, let's make some predictions on the Super Bowl. I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs in this one.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 31-28 Chiefs.
I am also going with the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm doing 34-21. If you listen to my FanDuel picks all week, I'm also going with Patrick Mahomes to be the MVP.
Okay.
And Travis Kelce to score an anytime touchdown.
All right. Dawn, any predictions on whether or not the Chiefs will win? Travis Kelce will propose? What type of Gatorade will be dumped on the winner? Anything you got there?
I don't even care.
You just want to watch the Kelces?
Yeah. I mean, I will say this, that I do think Taylor Swift, she'll make it, even though she sold her plane, like Farage said.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that she will, I think she'll make it, but Mama Kelce will definitely make it.
Mama Kelce. All right, so you're expecting Jason and Travis's mom to steal the headlines. I got you. All right, that'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Enjoy the Dawn Show coming up next. Enjoy the Super Bowl on Sunday, and we are back Monday morning at 6. And as Joe Biden probably should say every day for the rest of his life moving forward.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of